has long captivated both poets and scientists alike. A very good morning to all the distinguished dignitaries, esteemed faculties, honored speakers, and our inquisitive minds that have gathered here today. It is with immense privilege and profound enthusiasm that I, Anindita Ghosh, Assistant Professor IBHAS, your MC for today, stand before you to welcome you to this continuing rehabilitation education program on New Horizon in Mental Health Care, EEG Neurofeedback and Clinical Conditions, Step Towards Innovation. Neurofeedback represents the convergence of neuroscience, technology, and clinical insight, transforming the brain's subtle electrical activity into meaningful patterns. It marks the shift from passive observation to active neural modulation, emerging not only as a technique, but also as a true paradigm shift. In an era marked by limitations of conventional interventions, neurofeedback redefines the therapeutic engagement from symptom management to self-regulation. Over the course of these 2 days, we shall traverse this fascinating experience, exploring not only the theoretical underpinnings of neurofeedback, but also its profound clinical implications across a spectrum of psychological and neurological conditions. Without further ado, let us formally commence this intellectual and experiential journey with the inaugural ceremony, symbolizing not only the beginning of an event, but an illumination of knowledge. At this momentous occasion, we also seek the blessings and guidance of our revered leadership, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan sir, founder president of Amity Universe, whose visionary commitment to the nation building through education continues to inspire generations, and Dr. Atul K. Chauhan sir, Chancellor at Amity University, whose dynamic leadership focuses on excellence and innovation. It is now with deep reverence my honor to invite our esteemed dignitaries to grace the stage. I respectfully call upon Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla ma'am, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, who has joined us online, Dr. S.K. Srivastav sir, Senior Director, Vice President AFDD, Advisor at SPO and Mentor at IBHAS, Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastav ma'am, Director at IBHAS, Professor Dr. Jamuna Rajeshwaran ma'am, Head of Clinical Neuropsychology and Cognitive Neuroscience Center at NIMHANS, to kindly join us and grace the dais. May I request everyone to join me in welcoming our dignitaries with a warm and heartfelt round of applause. We are also truly delighted to be joined by Dr. Mohammad Afsar and Ms. Sukanya Ray, whose presence add immense value to this workshop. We are profoundly grateful for their time, expertise, and willingness to be a part of this important academic endeavor. I now request Dr. S.K. Srivastav sir and Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastav ma'am to kindly come forward and felicitate Professor Dr. Jamuna Rajeshwaran ma'am on stage. Yes.
We come in the center now. No, right? They are there. Come on.
A big round of applause, please. I now request Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastav ma'am to kindly felicitate Dr. Mohammad Afsar sir. I now request sir and ma'am to kindly felicitate Ms. Sukanya Ray. I request everyone to please welcoming them with a heartfelt round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. It is my utmost privilege to invite Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastav, Director of IBHAS, to deliver the welcome address. Ma'am's visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to advancing mental health care continue to inspire both academia and clinical practice. I request ma'am to kindly address the gathering.
Very good morning to one and all present here. Dignitaries on the dais, I'm all the senior faculty members and the invited guests, my dear students of the dais, and all those who have attended online. At the outset, I must place on gratitude my truly kind of a gratitude to the visionary leadership of our founder president, sir, who has already spearheaded education becoming a national goal. And it is that pursuit that we follow small steps to achieve that goal. Our dynamic chancellor, sir, who had always witnessed the growth across the ladder, across the paradigms of creativity, thinking, innovation. And this is a small step when you talk about the newer methods as an innovative practice to achieve that goal. Our Professor Dr. Barinder Shukla, ma'am, she is a vice chancellor also, but with a strong dynamic leadership, which who always supports and guides to take such initiative. This is the backdrop of the think tank. Against that, we have curated the program, and this program stands tall because we have a tall dignitary who has joined us, an expert of the field, Dr. Jamuna Rajeshwaran. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Jamuna, who is a professor and head Department of Clinical Psychology, President of Clinical Psychology Society of India, and a name in the field nationally or internationally, both widely acclaimed for her work in this domain. Her accolades are far too many. I think they'll be read out in the due course of time when she is going to speak. I'm very honored to have you here, Dr. Jamuna. Uh, uh, there's nothing, I think, I thought I took this privilege. Dr. S.K. Srivastava, mentor and advisor to FPO, and he wears many hats. He delivers so many, jobs and responsibilities he has, so it's very difficult to remember all. But only to sum it up in a brief, he is always there for whatever we do. And not only there, he stands by our side and promotes what we do. So this is a constant endeavor of Amity Institute of Behavioral Health and Allied Sciences Center of Excellence to achieve more targets of academic excellence in the field. I'm very pleased to welcome Dr. Muhammad Afsar, alumnus on MHANS, Assistant Professor of Chacha Nehru. Why I am very pleased when I said this, because Dr. Jamna is a good friend and well known, but Dr. Afsar also, we have a strong association academically. So I welcome you and for this, and it's very nice to have you here. Ms. Sukanya from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, and who's an ardent actually worker in the field, and trauma and neurofeedback is something which is her heart lies in. And she has consented and traveled all the way from Mumbai to be here with us. So we have such renowned speakers, committed professionals. I think it is really a pleasure to have all of them here with you to deliver this expert kind of a deliberations on a CRE. Now, when we move ahead, you know why we call it a newer innovations, or rather a kind of a new horizon in the field of mental health. Because when you talk about the various approaches, some approaches, therapeutic interventions, pharmacological interventions are being talked about more and deliberated more. Neurofeedback has got such a silent operator, and it's a profound deliverable it has, which has not been addressed in such a wider forum for the audience. I thought it's very well established with the robust evidence scientifically across the psychiatric disorders and the wellness, that it doesn't need to be highlighted, that it needs an dimension to be established. It is already very well established field. But when you talk about the trajectory of learning and talk about the professional learning, it is very important to touch all the subset of learning. And in that comes the brain, such a divine presence to the human existence, where you can, no supercomputer can beat the brain, and that is what the brain has got such innovative powers. So whatever you do and we think, I mean, one can talk about brain for hours and hours together. Dr. Jamna would agree with me. So this is such an enigmatic presence. It is like a third person in life. You can talk about the brain is doing this, brain is controlling this, brain is thinking like this. It is like that kind of entity. So where you feel that all learning is being actually originating from brain, modulated by brain, controlled by brain, and delivered by brain. So why not talk about brain? Why not talk about how better we can achieve through brain? And why not talk about what is the scientific evidence where you can proliferate the journey of learning through brain? So that is the initiative and a step of newer horizons of EEG neurofeedback in terms of clinical and mental health care and newer initiatives. So I will not take much of your time because we have to learn more. And with these words, I welcome. I'm very happy to see the large participation. Being Delhi, I think some of them are still traveling. However, there are 90 of the registered delegates who have come from Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, West Bengal, Kerala, and the NCR, all the local populace. So we have a very good participation and around 125 plus registrations across not only students but the professionals. So it is really very encouraging to see that learning, I would say the fire, the need, the curiosity is still alive. So we'll try to work on it and try to do whatever we can in this period, 2 days time we have. So once again, welcome everyone and to the journey of learning and to the journey of excellence. With that, thank you very much. Over to my Master of Ceremony, Anindita. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your gracious and thought-provoking address. Your words have truly set an inspiring tone for the sessions that lie ahead. I now request, it's my distinct honor to invite Professor Dr. Jamuna Rajeshwaran, Professor and Head of Clinical Neuropsychology and Cognitive Neuroscience Center at NIMHANS, to address the gathering. A pioneer figure in clinical neuropsychology and neurofeedback in India, her work has significantly shaped the landscape of neurorehabilitation and brain-based interventions in the country. I request ma'am to kindly deliver the inaugural address.
A very good morning to each one of you. At the outset, I wish to thank the organizers for inviting me for a very important innovation topic. You can call it whatever you want. As IT has made inroads into several sectors, it has made in psychology too. So we have to, take it and see how beautifully we can build it up with an empirical evidence. And that's what we have done at NIMHANS. Brought it in 2006. And then it's still the research is going on. And I have with me two of my students who are my colleagues today. And what they share is both of them are the gold medalists in their MPhil. So, and both of them are doing neurofeedback, which is something that I really, really, honor it, because I know we need people like them to take this technology further. Dr. Srivatsav, who has been really, really, I look forward to coming to this institute because you people pay so much of attention to our psychology, sir. And Dr. Kalpana Srivatsav, I don't need to tell anything about her because we've been friends for decades now. And she's taken this role, and I can see the amount of programs that she's doing in this institute. And let's give her a big round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Kalpana, for, actually working on the young minds, so that, we need a lot of these youngsters to address in the community post-pandemic. A few words about neurofeedback. It is a state-of-art technology. And we also need to remember any new technology, there must be some training. As on date, we are only three who are BCIA certified therapists. So why I'm saying this is, anything that we do, we need to have training. Otherwise, people are not going to believe us. Who trained you? And it is more a technology based. So unless we get trained and then implement it in our country, I think you will avoid a lot of quacks practicing. You will be the certified person who can practice. And this, from the Clinical Psychology Society of India, we are implementing in such a way that any new technology comes, the person should be trained and certified. So I think Sukanya has taken a big job of bringing, collaborating with the outsiders, especially Germany, to train neurofeedback for the youngsters who are interested in it. Yes, when I got trained, I spent quite a lot going to US and spending money and getting trained. But now we are just working with half the cost so that you people can get trained. I would request you all to get in touch with her so that we can have the first, we are planning to have it in the month of November. So with this, I think we will deliberate the next 2 days. So how many of you have read about neurofeedback? All right, quite a few have read. So I think it will become easy for you to understand what we are talking. Thank you all, and looking forward for a very interactive session. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the truly enriching and inspiring address. Your words have not only set a strong foundation for this academic workshop, but also have deepened our appreciation of the evolving intersections between neuroscience and clinical practice. I now have the honor of inviting Dr. S.K. Srivastav, sir, Senior Director, Vice President, AFDD, Advisor at the FPO, and Mentor at IBAS, to share his valuable thoughts with us. Dr. S.K. Srivastav, sir, has been along with us for over 35 years of distinguished service in the field of disabilities. He has held key positions, including District Statistical Officer, Deputy Director, and Director in the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, Member Secretary at the Rehabilitation Council of India, and State Commissioner at the rank of Principal Secretary, Government of Uttar Pradesh. He has also served as First Registrar of Dr. Sakuntala Mishra. Widely recognized for his contributions, he is a leading figure of disability in our country. Sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very pleasant atmosphere here because I'm meeting Jamna Madam again and again here. This is because of the efforts of Dr. Kalpana. And we can realize and visualize the changes in the department and the institution because of her presence here. So first of all, let us have a big round of applause for Dr. Kalpana ji. You know, let me confess again and again, I tell that this is because of very constant blessings and very close to the heart of our Honorable Founder President, the particular subject of mental health. He always bothers about good mental health prior to the physical health. He places the mental health on top priority because always he says one should have good mental health, then he should bother about the physical health. All simultaneously you can both, but mental health is on the top priority. Even you can rise up to the level of Nobel laureate, but unless you are mentally healthy, you will be suffering something very serious, and you might be you can say a person to be criticized by the society sometimes. So mental health is very much important. We are talking because we are mentally good. We are thinking about mental health because we are mentally able to think about it. So today's lecture will be very specific. I was thinking that I may be an odd man out or undue entry because of the protocol, but this much I must appeal to all of you that you are the doctors beyond doctors. Doctors cannot, sometimes treat the problem that you can address. What I have understood that particularly this mental health professionals, yesterday we are discussing about the two wings of clinical psychology like psychoanalysis, psychodynamic therapy, and clinical psychology, deep clinical psychology. Now the new concept of EEG something, there are many others. So I was requesting Dr. Kalpana ma'am to have a certified course, maybe 2-3 months, 6 months in the department so that our students can enrich their qualification, their knowledge, and that will be useful for their rest of the life. And this is because of, our Honorable Chancellor, sir, and including our very dynamic and very, hardworking Vice Chancellor, Madam, who takes serious interest in the issues relating to particularly IBAS, mental health in particular, I can say. And so we are getting the privilege, we are getting the benefits, we are getting the advantages, and for that only the department is flourishing. So all of the faculty members, including the HOI and other persons associated with the growth of the institution are thankful. Today's session will be very useful but you can make it more useful when you interact. One side listening sometimes is not as useful as it ought to be. So I expect all of my participants that you have spared your time, precious time. You have, many of you might have traveled a lot. You are here, utilize your every moment. You have great and renowned, you can say, specialists of the area. So their presence can very well be utilized, and try to interact them as much as you can. This is my humble submission to all of you. On the subject, I'm not authorized, not empowered, not as a relevant person to speak, but I expect that the session will be of great use. And I'll take the feedback after 2 days finishing of the session, that how much it was useful and what next are desired, that will take the next step also. Thank you, Janna ma'am, for your presence. Thank you, my Miss Sukarna Ray, the esteemed faculty of TISS, and Professor Mohammad Akhtar Sahab. So we are delighted to have your presence in the campus. So thank you all. Thank you very much. Dear esteemed participants, I extend my warm thanks and gratitude to all of you that you are here. Make this session as useful as you can. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. It is now my esteemed honor to request Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla ma'am, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, to address the gathering. Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla ma'am has been a distinguished academic leader for over 3 decades of experience across industry, academia, research, and administration. An MTech from IIT Kharagpur and a PhD from Queen's University, she embodies a unique blend of Indian ingenuity and global expertise. A visionary strategist, she's been instrumental in Amity's exponential growth during innovation through academic frameworks, entrepreneurship initiatives, and industry-academia collaborations, with over nurturing 100 startups. Her leadership spans key areas such as entrepreneurship, research, internalization, and CSR, significantly advancing knowledge creation and institutional excellence. A prolific researcher and thought leader, she has received numerous prestigious awards, including the Lifetime Achievement in Entrepreneurship Award, National Distinguished Vice Chancellor Award, Sushma Swaraj Shri Sakti Samman, and several other national and international recognitions. Ma'am's dynamic leadership has been pivotal in fostering a culture of excellence and innovation. We are truly privileged to have with you us today, ma'am.
Very good morning to all. Professor Dr. Jamna Rajeshwaran, HOD Clinical Neuropsychology and Cognitive Neuroscience Center, NIMHAS. My colleague, Dr. S.K. Srivastav, Dr. Kalpana Srivastav, all the distinguished resource person for 2 days RCI approved continuing rehabilitation education program on newer horizons in mental health care, EEG neurofeedback in clinical conditions. First of all, I would like to, on behalf of Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor, all the additional provincials and deans, head of institution, I would like to extend very warm welcome to our esteemed resource persons and all the participants for this important 2 days workshop. And I would like to congratulate Dr. S.K. Srivastav and Dr. Kalpana Srivastav for planning and organizing this very important workshop, because when we talk about the care, and care is not just for one aspect, but care is for the all kind of the people, whether they are in hospital conditions or they are at home conditions where they need the support. And we are seeing that increasingly the need of the caregivers is increasing in big way to give the better health life to to individuals. And so therefore today is a very, very momentous academic gathering organized by the Amity Institute of Behavioral Health and Allied Sciences. And I extend my warm greetings to all of you and a special welcome. And I'm sure the topic which is chosen by Dr. Kalpana Srivastava and Dr. S.K. Srivastava is really very apt, looking at the mental health um, horizons are as they are emerging day by day. And we have seen in the recent years the mental health has emerged as the most pressing concerns. Globally, we are witnessing the steady rise in conditions such as depression, anxiety, trauma-related disorders, and the neurodevelopment challenges. And it's very difficult sometimes to diagnose or to understand whether the person is going through a depression or having the any mental um disorder unless uh, a professional diagnoses it and accordingly addressing those concerns is becomes a challenge for the family, and therefore you need the professional experts who can treat the patient properly, because sometimes if that patient has not been uh, uh, treated or addressed or the counseled properly, there can be even more complications than the having the remedies. And I'm sure in today's workshop, the experts which are gathered by Dr. Kalpana Srivastava, they are going to address on the various aspects. And since this workshop is focusing on the um, EEG neurofeedback in the clinical conditions, and sometimes people talk about they use the EEG neurofeedback, or sometimes they talk about the MRIs, but they the both have the lot of difference. And the EEG is used more for the looking at the conditions and accordingly giving the relevant treatment to the patients. And I think I'm extremely thankful to Dr. Jamna Rajeshwar from the NIMHAS, who, along with her colleagues, visiting Amity University and giving her time to be part of this very important workshop. And this is because of the long-standing relationship, the friendship between Dr. Kalpana Srivastava and Dr. Jamna Rajeshwaran. And our honorable founder president always says, if somebody has come to Amity, becomes the Amitian, and once Amitian, forever Amitian. And our honorable founder president, right from the beginning, always had the focus that how do we take care of the society who are going through the emotional aspects and who need the help. The Amity Institute of Psychology and the Right Sciences was, when it was established, Honorable Founder envisioned that there will be the time will come when there will be large number of the counselors, the clinical psychologists, and will be needed in the country. And it was his visionary thought which establishment of not only of the Amity Institute of Psychology and Allied Sciences, but also the Amity Institute of Behavior and Health Allied Sciences, or the special education institution, because you need the people, the experts, the professionals who can deal with the different requirements of the society, and I think that that visionary thought have helped Amity University to cater to the diverse needs of the society. And therefore, that today's workshop, when we are talking about that integration of the neuroscience into clinical practices, has opened the new avenues for understanding the human mind. Concepts such as plasticity have reshaped and how we perceive the brain, not as a static organ but a dynamic system capable of change, adaptation, and the growth. Neurofeedback represents a significant and promising development in this context. It is a non-invasive, as Dr. Kalpana Srivastava was saying, that it is non-invasive, evidence-based approach that enables individuals to understand and regulate their own brain activity. What makes neurofeedback particularly compelling is its emphasis on the self-regulation, transforming patients from passive recipients of treatment into active recipients in their own healing process. Uh, so neurofeedback's applications across a range of clinical conditions, including ADHD or anxiety disorder or traumatic brain injury and epilepsy, highlights its growing relevance in modern mental health care. So therefore, I feel that this workshop is extremely important because the participants of this workshop will not only understand the importance but also the applications, which will give them a new knowledge, and also will give the new knowledge about the various neurofeedback models or the clinical assessment and case formation of the neurofeedback, and uh, how this can help in the ADHD and the neurodevelopment disorders, and also that how the clinical troubleshooting can be done in EEG and EFT clinic, and what are the standard neurofeedback for various mental health issues, including the whether it's epilepsy or TBI or the neurological conditions. And I'm sure this workshop will be highlighting the importance of this and giving the not only the knowledge but also developing the skills. I would like to therefore appreciate the dedicated efforts of IBHAS team and the organizing committee for right from the conceptualizing and conducting this workshop, and bringing together eminent experts from across the profession. And also, I would like to be very grateful to Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhanji, and our very dynamic Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhanji, who have created this Amity universe as well as created that environment and the infrastructure which is so conducive for bringing the education excellence and developing the future talent for the diverse fields and their diverse disciplines, for making the India the Viksit Bharat. And our honorable founder president had the dream right from the beginning that India will be a superpower by 2030. But as the new Viksit Bharat agenda has come, so honorable founder president have aligned with the Viksit Bharat vision and is working relentlessly with his team to create the academic excellence, research excellence, and contribute to the economic development and the nation building, to make India the Viksit Bharat by 2047. All the participants who are present here today, I encourage you to engage actively in the sessions, ask questions, and reflect deeply on the knowledge being shared. And the field of mental health is constantly evolving, and it is our collective responsibility as professionals to remain informed, ethical, and responsive to the needs of those we serve in the society. I hope that the initiative like this, organizing the workshop, will contribute to the development of more integrated, evidence-based and culturally sensitive approaches to the mental health care and what our honorable founder president have dreamt and foreseen. The India holds the immense potential to lead in this domain, and it is through collaboration, research, and innovation that we can move closer to that vision. And once again, my appreciation to Dr. S. K. Srivastava, Dr. Kalpana Srivastava, and the entire team of IBHAS, and my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Jamna Rajeshwaran, Dr. Muhammad Afsar, and Dr. Sukanya Ray, and other resource persons who are part of this 2 days RCA approved continuing education workshop. And I'm sure that all the participants will gain immensely to continue to make the society a better, and to make the world a better place to live. So with this, my best wishes to all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring and visionary address. We are deeply grateful for your presence and constant encouragement. Coming to the conclusion of the inaugural ceremony, I would now like to request all the participants to please join us at the outside foyer for high tea, and we can proceed back for other academic sessions. Post the high tea, kindly join us at 11 a.m. Thank you. 11:10, please. 11:15, everyone. Thank you. Can we please have everyone's attention, please? As we now transition into the academic core of this workshop, we begin to engage ultimately with the science that underlies neurofeedback and its clinical promise. We begin with Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastava's session. Professor Dr. Kalpana Srivastava is a professor and director at Amity Institute of Behavioral Health and Allied Sciences, with over 36 years of distinguished services in clinical psychology, research, and mental health leadership. A former scientist G at the Armed Forces Medical College, she continues to make significant contributions to military psychology, community mental health, and positive mental health initiatives. With nearly 200 publications and spearheading 40 major research projects with over 3,500 citations in national and international literature, she plays a pivotal role in advancing evidence-based clinical practice and training. She holds prominent leaderships, including President of Association of Indian Clinical Psychiatry, Vice President of Clinical Psychology Society of India, and has received numerous prestigious awards. We welcome you, ma'am, for the speech.
So, hearty welcome to this post-attendance session. I'm sure that we were just counting on the time we have and then wanted to proceed further. At the outset, I must tell you that what are we going to do for over the period of 2 days? You have got already the program in hand. A couple of things which will be covered in terms of the technical aspects will be taken care of subsequently. I'm going to give you just a set induction and overview about what we're going to do in terms of EEG neurofeedback and how it is important. You'll sir be thinking that why am I talking about Chit, Man, Sankalp, etc. When I was looking at the component of the various thinking process, cognitive processes, what I realized is that the core of the cognition lies in terms of some of the explanations which have been offered by our Vedas and by our ancient literature. However, what we need to do is put the knowledge into the framework and contextualize, operationalize, and quantify. For that reason, I thought I must talk about this. We should not forget that the knowledge did exist, it does exist. It is a quantification, which is the thing which we are going to talk about. Say, for example, I always say the brain is amazing and it is too amazing. Dr. Jamna feels good when she has only brain. She starts, her mind starts thinking the brain is like a flower. Okay. So man has to know, really ought to know, but the brain comes emotions and disorders. Now you say the feeling component. As a feeling component, you all know the limbic system, amygdala, so many structures which are involved with the feeling component. Cognition, the way you perceive the world, is all processed by our cognitive process in the brain. So in the Vedic literature also, when they talk about the material world and universal consciousness, it's very beautifully said that the all sensory organs are the tentacles which scan the world and fill up our material awareness and perception about our surroundings. So your sensory organs are the tentacles. That is how you process the information. Now this goes deeper into your another consciousness level, which is when you talk about chintan, which is a Hindi word, it's a ability to think. Again, vichar, which is usually vicharya, which is known as a, that is it, in the process, accept or reject, whether you want to take it or not. Uhaya is a logic, and then dhyaya is an emotion. Then dhya, it is known and when you use the word as a dhya. And sankalp is a decision. Yeah? What happened? It came back to the previous? Acha. No, please stay on the slide. So at the macro scale level, we have to do a lot of, there's a lot of abstractness and the quantification. Now, what are the core principles of neurofeedback? Now, EEG neurofeedback will be demonstrated through video and otherwise. This is just a set induction and overview. See, it talks about as a non-invasive technique. Now, the focus in EEG neurofeedback is not on the cognition per se, because it is not the process where you are looking at the schematic representations. It is about the neural functioning, and a lot of things which are involved is a modification at the brain level. Now, the signals are amplified and processed back, analyzed, and the more to that is how we are giving the control of those signals is within you. So the brain becomes the third person controlling those signals, modifying it, altering it, and that is what the learning occurs. Then it becomes a part of your process of learning. Feedback is delivered through visual or auditory signals, and there are many more mechanical inputs and outputs. Machines have, actually, I see that Dr. Jamna will be talking about the latest portals. There are a couple of parameters which have been added by various configurations of the EEG neurofeedback. So Dr. Afsar will be talking about. So what we use in a standard and the training process, they will be covering it. So it is a learning-based intervention. Now, in the process, when you read the literature, you find that talked about a lot of aspect where you're saying is as a kind of a learning, which is a conditioning, which is happening in the method of learning. So this learning is talking about the active participation and self-regulation. Now, this self-regulation is also being used interchangeably sometimes as neuromodulation. And this self-regulation and neuromodulation is the component which talks about as a part of your ability to control in terms of your input and ability to control the brain. So that the signals, the interpretations, the control, and then modification which occurs following the practice, which can happen over the 20 to 40 sessions over a period of time. That modification brings out an impact which it should have. And they talk about booster sessions and continuity. So there are a couple of challenges which we'll address in the subsequent conversation with over the period of another 1.5 days. So what it is a method of training to regulate itself, enhancing a capacity for optimal arousal, activating attention, emotional balance, and cognitive functioning. Then dysregulation, we talk about emotional dysregulation, we talk about brain dysregulation, which is linked to various conditions, and especially in terms of the slow wave activity, inattention, then fast wave activity may manifest as anxiety and hyperarousal. So at the levels of arousal and hyperarousal, that when dysregulation occurs, it brings that state of where you're able to control that dysregulation. So as a science, as a student of a science, as a student of a psychiat, especially in the clinical psychology, you might have learned about that dysregulation leads to deficit, and that is a behavioral deficit or dysregulation at the cognition level or the emotional level, which we have to bring into the control. So this talks about the cognitive dysregulation and also the control of that dysregulation. So it works as a reinforcing adaptive brain activity patterns and reducing the maladaptive ones through repeated training. That is why the sessions which we have around 20 to 40 sessions, the training focus that goes into the learning and makes a process as adaptive process, learned process. So this is over the period of time, the brain learns to self-regulate independently, reflecting as a natural capacity for neuroplasticity and self-organization. The term of self-regulation, neuromodulation, and neuroplasticity will be featuring in again, that is the core of the learning process when you talk about the regulation. Now, there are a lot of theoretical foundations underlying neurofeedback. And in that, the neuroplasticity component, which is about the brain's ability to reorganize and adapt with experience from the biological basis for changes achieved through neurofeedback training, is a component. Now, we all know that after the injury, there's a tendency for, in terms of the cognitive rehabilitation, for adaptation and learning, which takes place over the and in terms of a regeneration. So neuronal network, neuronal learning, which happens as a part of neuroplasticity concept of the brain. Operant conditioning principles, as not that we understand, but here it is talking about the reinforcement through feedback. Now, the control is within the individual's own self. And that feedback which is being given as under the control of the, I'll be talking about, ahead we will be discussing about the waves forms, that how you're achieving the control is a feedback which is a reinforcing as a component of your behavior. And that goes into the self-regulation as a learned behavior. So there are learning-based brain-driven interventions, especially when you talk about neurofeedback. EEG neurofeedback will come to that. So this has been described, and this is just a figure, but literature is vast, and a couple of studies which have been done they did talk about the cortical, subcortical, and also the learning in terms of happening at the emotional level, amygdala level, prefrontal level, temporal level, a lot of other processes where the changes are occurring and taking place through the brain studies, through the fMRI studies, through the MRI studies, metabolic studies with the process post and pre-interventions. There have been a literature which is robust evidence has happened. Now, wellness. Now, as a learner of the science and psychology, we always ask the question of wellness, how the wellness is being controlled. Now, you'll find that the wellness component is about having the understanding of self and also being at ability to control and ability to have the decision, which is a capable decision. Now, if we take the three component of affect, cognition, and the cognition, the wellness component is covered. Now, when you talk about affective regulation and a cognitive regulation, that wellness component is covered through the neurofeedback. So the wellness dimension is also talking about having the anxiety levels being high, hyperarousal, coming to the level where you are able to have the control and talk about it. So I think in future, I think when they're going to talk about the anxiety, depression, the models will cover under that. There are waves which have been actually implied, and a couple of parameters are there which have been studied and is well known. I mean, there's nothing which is we are talking about. It's well documented. Just as a repeat telecast for understanding the basis of it. When you talk about delta waves, they are slowest waves and happen during sleep and relaxation. We talk about theta waves, they are associated with drowsiness, meditation, and creativity. When you talk about alpha waves, they're seen during relaxed state, closed eyes, and decreased cortical activity. And beta waves, again, faster waves, often associated with attention, problem solving, and mental activity. Gamma waves, faster waves linked to high-level cognitive processing, memory consolidation. Now, here comes the package. Once you have the waves and the representation, now you will try to figure out the implication, each disorder, and the baseline when you do the assessment as to what has to be achieved in an individual case. Because the waves have the representation, but each case will have the different kind of presentation. And the problem has to be addressed based on the basic parameters and the pattern of the wave pattern in the individual cases. So there's a pre and a post intervention. The form has to be analyzed and interpreted. That is what the scientific basis talks about. There are processes and steps about the feedback, neurofeedback. Preparation is how the process has to be explained. Then there's electrode placement, which is very, very specific and specified and focused. It is based on the cap which the electrodes can be put, and you'll have videos explaining that here. I am sure Dr. Afsar is going to talk about those videos. Then there's a baseline brainwave reading, which is being done before you start with this for the sake of the comparison, that what was the initial stage and how it has progressed. Then there's a real-time feedback. Now, remember, this is very, very important. In EEG neurofeedback, there's a real-time feedback. I mean, it is a moment-to-moment feedback. You are being aware of the EEG activities of the brain at the same level. What is happening right now is known to you. So that is what a real-time feedback. And display can be based on, it can be clubbed with the visual games, visual stimulus, auditory stimulus, tactile stimulus, and various methods. So training and adjustment has been done with the cues, and very specialized training is required. Now, from this podium, when you're talking about the EEG neurofeedback, I would like to emphasize again and again that this tool is a very important tool and a very important learning, especially once you have done the training, and training needs some supervised hours of training. So to know that it is an impact, training can also be provided. So there are two ways to look at it. One, to know that it exists and it is beneficial. Another is that how one can be trained and can use in the clinical practice. There are two things which are important here. Then you do the session review as to what has happened and what is required. Then I'm again and again repeating the same thing for those in terms of the learning process, but I'm sure you'll have more detailed discussions for that. But however, this is a small, again, the process and operation being defined here, that when you're talking about the brain cells or neurons, they produce tiny electricals, which are very difficult to understand unless you magnify that or amplify. So amplification is the one which comes as a visual display, and you're able to control that signal, especially the neuronal signal which you receive. So sensors, they detect it, and especially that is the amplification signals which they have in the machine through the neurofeedback. So it can be processed and it can be rhythmic, both. So now what is important here? You don't have a cognitive engagement per se, which is with the signal. Now we say that way you're analyzing as a loud or slow, etc. But there could be another functional aspect to this where you can have a cognitive mediation. And when you're talking about EEG neurofeedback, you're talking about the display control and the self-regulation control of the EEG potential, which you are getting as a feedback to you, and which also you are able to regulate. So it can be optimized, training can be optimized on the various parameters. And we go here in terms of the intervention, which can have certain structure, like assessment phase, which includes clinical evaluation and the various dysregulation patterns. Then the protocol development, where you have the individualized training speed and specific neural targets. Then training phase, which is repeated sessions with real-time feedback and active learning. Then there's a progress monitoring, that how continuous evaluation and protocol is being developed. And then the outcome as to what has happened in terms of the 20 sessions, 40 sessions, and what has been the outcome and the learning. And I think there's a booster sessions, and the follow-up is recommended after a period of time. So there's an endogenous neuromodulation, which talks about that in terms of there are no external nudges or rewards. If you're talking about there will be external nudges or rewards, no. It is endogenous, it is internalized, it is an internal stimulus control which is being learned. So there's a changing landscape of mental health care, where it is a couple of conditions of psychiatric disorders which have as evidence exists in terms of a benefit and outcome studies. Anxiety, ADHD, stress-related disorders, trauma, and also they're talking about, especially with the children, having a lot of spectrum where they're having a defiance of the problem of the conduct disorders. I have already said it. And they're looking at the symptom reduction in terms of the severity of the problem. And also it has to be clubbed with other treatment modality. Standalone system is not widely recommended. It is a kind of a modality which actually in terms of the severe cases clubs with that. We'll be talking about indications and contraindications subsequently. So in the model which I have said, I'm reiterating again that ADHD, anxiety, depression, epilepsy, also acute phase and trigger, it is not recommended. In terms of in the cases, they have to be chosen with a very well-defined protocol. And in terms of neurological conditions, it helps, especially it has been dementia and delirium, cognitive slowing when it happens, and it helps to control and actually promote the growth in terms of neuronal. So there are certain components where it is being indicated. Now, self-regulation, when you say, it is the brain's core skill. Now, when you say brain's core skill, we are talking about being aware and giving a feedback to ourselves. Now, here, this can be augmented through one's own brain wave being displayed and feedback being received by a person about the alteration which has occurred. Now, this moment to moment awareness made the person to have the real time assessment and control over that real time assessment. So, it is a learning process, it is a self regulatory process, it is an endogenous neuromodulation process in terms of the neurofeedback. The clinical scope we have talked about. I would rather rush through this slide because we'll be talking, I have already mentioned this. And it is, again, this part I would like to emphasize when it is compared with other treatment modalities, that it should not be used as stand alone. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, because in some cases that treatment will be required as pharmacological intervention and supportive interventions as well. And it helps in the rehabilitation setting in terms of a holistic approach for having a wellness paradigm augmentation, enhancing better sleep, better attention, other things. How does it compare with other treatment approaches? Now, in psychotherapy, it is a top-down approach. Targets thought, emotions, and behaviors through insight, motivation, verbal processing, etc. And neurofeedback is considered to be a bottom-up approach. When you're talking about brain activity patterns without requiring conscious cognitive effort, addressing dysregulation at the neurophysiological basis. In pharmacotherapy, when you're talking about the neurochemical pathways, and integrative, it can be a complementary role in terms of having a augmentation of the cognition, augmentation of the wellness, and neuroremediation processes. So this operant conditioning has been talked about as a principle of learned behavior in terms of reinforcement of the behavior. And self-regulations, there are a lot of, actually the disclaimer I forgot to put earlier, but I can use this time as well, that some of the descriptions have been taken from the open source available literature and the textbooks. So these are some of the activities which have been displayed here. So type of therapy, this is some of the defined therapies: beta neurofeedback, delta neurofeedback, alpha theta neurofeedback, sensory motor rhythm training, gamma neuro, and homoencephalographic neurofeedback. This is a blood flow to reduce migraines and manage stress. Real time mein, there's acquisition. This means electrodes to be placed, filtering, isolate frequency bands. It's a technical procedure. I'll leave it to Dr. Jamana to dwell upon this in detail, because this will be shown through the video and demonstration of the skills. So rather we have to see that how the electrodes to be placed and how the feedback has to be received. Post-therapy evaluation is must in terms of after 20 session, 40 session, midway assessment, especially to moderate or modify some of the signal input and see that what outcome based, what is leading to better outcome. So like any other therapy, this also has a program specifier and the curation in terms of middle level modification and the end level modification. This we have addressed. Indication and contraindication, yes, important. Anxiety, depression spectrum, highly indicated. Attentional deficit related behavioral issues, childhood adolescence, very much indicated. Sleep problems, it's very efficacious. And in terms of autistic spectrum disorder, Tourette syndrome, and substance abuse for relapse prevention also is considered to be very efficacious. However, severe psychiatric conditions, psychosis, or uncontrolled epilepsy, it is contraindicated. And it may, with the symptoms, especially with the complex neurological conditions, again, it may be very complex, it may further worsen the symptoms, so it is contraindicated. So there are very specifiers being given here. What is the role and responsibility of the clinician? Now, this is something which as a trainer, as a person, as a therapist, we all should have actually embraced these qualities. Firstly, the comprehensive assessment. Secondly, appropriate neurofeedback protocol, which can happen when you are being trained on this, and monitor both neural changes and clinical outcomes. It is just not one. You have a parameters, which is a basic assessment of behavioral parameters, emotional parameter, and see that how it is being related with the changes which are happening over the period of time. And informed consent and realistic expectation, like any other therapy, you can promise only what you can deliver. In terms of complete cure or complete outcome is something which we are taught as a therapist not to assure something like this, this will completely free you of all your worries, etc. So there has to be evidence-based depending upon the individual treatment and also the compliance and the follow-up and the sessions benefit is being recorded. So strength is it is non-invasive and safe, promotes active participation and empowerment of an individual, enables individualized interventions, self-regulation and long-term functional improvement, and also it is integrative in the terms of the mental health care. Limitations, as I said, because the less availability of the trained human resource, some of the centers may be very much centralized in terms of when you talk about Bangalore, NIMHANS, or few centers which may have the application. I think I'm told that there are only three places where it can be three people who are trained by the BCI. So we have to really increase the availability of this particular training as well as the use of neurofeedback. Lack of standardization protocol may do more harm than what wellness they do. And there's an evolving evidence. So what we need, if we look at it, we need to have more training. We need to have more expertise. We need to have complete accreditation, especially when you're talking about as a deliverable as a mental health care. Scientific evidence is robust in terms of as a care and also as a self-regulation and empowerment. And there's a couple of things which can be done to have the integrative care and holistic well-being of a person. So there are limitations, of course, because patient-centered approaches shift towards personalized care. So there are a lot of rationale around this. So in India, we battle a couple of things. We battle the availability of experts, we battle the trained experts. So this is something we should take it up now, that if at all the interest lies, then we should take further training into this component and become a certified user. To conclude, not to come in between, because this is something which I thought I'll just give it was kind of a launch, setting up the background of the talk, which you are going to have for 1.5 days, that there is robust evidence, scientific evidence for the wellness, for the various psychiatric disorder as an outcome, which this EEG neurofeedback helps in a very great way. And also it is not a consequence or but a cause, it is a consequence, and scientific evidence is to wellness improvement. Because of this impact, we should have the more and more learning centers, training centers, accreditation center, and one should become very inquisitive and curious to adopt such practices because it is leading to wellness of the patients and the clientele. So we are thinking of the wellness and wellness of the clientele and the patient care. So this is a very important tool for the patient care. That is what I would say. So over to, thank you very much for the patient hearing. And I think we'll have more to learn and more to discuss in another future discourses and deliberations, because the time we have already lost around 1 hour or so, an hour or so. I would say let's go further in the next talk. We should march on without even much ado, and then we can discuss. If anybody has any questions, can ask, or else we leave it to. I think we should march on to the next talk. What do you say? Any questions anybody has? Yeah. Yeah, please. You say what you want to say. I'll speak it out for them.
And how much,
OCD.
how much session it is, though it's very individualized specific, still how many sessions are on an average is effective to promote certain kind of effective learning, or to, rather than I should say, to reduce the
OCD is
Yeah.
kind of the evidence is not so well.
Hmm. Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Yes. Hmm. Okay. Thank you, sir.
A case series of OCD, when they talk about a certain obstruction has been documented, but you talk about this when you cover it. So anybody else, or rather we move on now. discuss over the period of next sessions, whatever is there, we are all here. So, Master of Ceremony, who's this, Anandita? Please take. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that deeply illuminating session. We now begin with our session 2. I would now request Professor Dr. Jamuna Rajeshwaran, ma'am, who's a head and professor in the Clinical Neuropsychology and Cognitive Neuroscience Center at NIMHANS, Mangaluru, and serves as faculty in charge of the Advanced Functional Neuroimaging. She's also the president of CPSICON, the national body representing clinical psychologists. With decades of academic and clinical excellence, she has mentored numerous scholars across clinical psychology, neuroscience, and allied medical disciplines, and has contributed extensively to research over 150 publications and more than 600 national and international presentations. Her exceptional contributions have been recognized through several prestigious honors, including Women Researcher Award, Professional Women Achiever Award, and the Distinguished Professor Award. So requesting all the sustained attentions for the models of neuroregulation and psychopathology. Over to you.
I think now I have to say good afternoon. So, by default, I think I always get just before lunch or after lunch. So I think, induces a lot of anxiety in me because I have to keep you all awake. So which means I have to really make it very impactful. And thank you for that kind introduction. We just heard Dr. Kalpana speaking about the overview of EEG neurofeedback. I would say EEG neurofeedback is a state-of-art technology. And a lot of research from 2007 onwards at NIMHANS we have carried out. And I can tell you the experience has been very enriching and also very rewarding, because which therapy works in a short number of sessions? Our talk therapy, by the time we understand the individual, it takes about 5 sessions. And then what kind of therapy to use is another challenge that we face. And then we decide the therapy. We don't know if it is working. We don't know whether it has made an impact on the individual. But this particular training, which has a bearing on the brain waves, has been found very, very useful in very many clinical conditions. In fact, when I got trained, my supervisor, one of the participants asked the supervisor, "Where do you want to take neurofeedback to?" He said, "I want my grandchildren to say that my grandfather used to take medicine. Now he doesn't take medicine, he takes neurofeedback training." So that is the reach. And why has it not reached where it has to be? According to Frank Duffy, he says, if medicine had made an impact like this, the pharma companies would have taken it and spread it. But because it's not very lucrative to make money, this has not reached where it has to reach. So having said that, I think I will be talking about neurofeedback per se in the next session, complete what is neurofeedback and what are the number of sessions that you need to have and what is the side effect. We have coined several terms for it. And then our experience has been very different. And the kind of neurofeedback training that we offer in India as against the Western countries is very, very different. There it is like a cyber cafe where you can just go and log on and do it. Same way they have this neurofeedback training centers where the individual just go fixes the electrodes and takes the training and comes back. But in India, it is not reached to that level, but definitely we have devised several protocols. What are the do's and don'ts of? Afsar, are you talking about the troubleshooting in, yeah. Afsar will be talking. He's done his PhD in this particular using fMRI. So I think he has also a lot of experience, not only in TBI, but other clinical cases. So I was asked to speak about models of neuro regulation and psychopathology. I was wondering why Dr. Kalpana gave me this topic. But nevertheless, I thought something that constantly we also learn, isn't it? I mean, some new topic comes, you have to do your homework like a student and then sit and read. So I just went into it and it fell in place. I thought this was a very important topic where we really need to understand neurofeedback before understanding the neuroregulation of it and then understanding the neurofeedback. So what is neuroregulation? It refers to the brain's capacity to modulate emotion, cognition, and behavior. It also helps in physiological process through integrated neural systems. See, please stop me if you have doubts anywhere, because this is a little bit heavy as compared to what really neurofeedback I'm going to speak. Okay? So, all of you know about the psychopathology. As psychologists, we need to understand what is the psychopathology of this particular clinical conditions. So we look at more from the behavioral angle or the environmental angle and understand the individual. But from the brain perspective, what is the neuropathology of this clinical condition is what one needs to look at. For example, anxiety, depression, schizophrenia, any mental illness, the severe mental illness, neurological conditions. What is the psychopathology of this? It could be, yes, brain is mediating. Dr. Kalpana said brain is a beautiful organ. I would say it is a mysterious organ. The more you know, the more you don't know. Each time some research comes in, this is the area that is this structure mediates this function. Tomorrow another researcher will come and tell you it not only does this but also does another function. Today what I did, neuropsychology, and what I am teaching are two different things today. Initially it was just for understanding the cognitive functions, but today we know cognition, behavior, and emotion are thread line difference, that it is there. You have cognitive functions, you also have emotional functions. You have emotional functions, it clouds cognition. So these are some things that we need to understand before we, offer some kind of a clinical interventions to the individual. Unless you know the brain structure and its function, neurofeedback may be very difficult to understand. You have to know which structure mediates which function. Where is the structure? What are the functions of these structure? Unless you know that, you don't know where to fix the electrodes. Though you may help the person, but over a period of time, the improvement may not be very significant if you do not collaborate with many other professionals, as well as understand why is this function a deficit. Is it the person's premorbid level of functioning is not good? He or she was like that premorbidly, or that had IDD, then any amount of your neurofeedback, he has a clinical, say, assuming that there was a road traffic accident in a person with IDD, unless you discover that the person was an IDD, you will not understand what is of a deficit now, because developmentally, the person has not acquired those functions. And what are you trying to restore? These are some things that you need to, and for which psychopathology is very, very important. In the first slide only, I'm in the first slide, yeah. So you need to understand from the environmental perspective, from the clinical perspective, and from the brain perspective. So I will be just focusing more on the brain perspective, okay? There's something known as the top-down approach and bottom-up approach. Have you all heard about it? Yes, I'm glad that I could see a lot of nod. And what it does there is some kind of a regulation which it does, both the top-down and the bottom-up approaches. And it is one of the widely used frameworks as on date. You need to understand what is this top-down and what is this bottom-up. Okay, I'll come to it in the next slides. So if you look at the brain pathology, it emerges when there is a balance disrupted. It could be electrical signals which is disrupted, or the chemical changes that takes place. It could be anything, because any clinical condition disrupts chemical as well as the electrical signals. So if you look at the top-down control system, the first thing is the prefrontal cortex. What is the function of prefrontal cortex? Any idea? The chief function. Cognition is a broad term. Then what is executive regulation, executive function? Chief function is prefrontal cortex. What are you all doing now? I'm saying something. Isn't it? You have to, that is a basic cognitive function. Let me tell you, comprehension, attention, immediate memory. And there is thread line difference between all these three. How will I, in fact, when a patient comes, I tell the student, just take the patient to the room and interview for 5 minutes and come back and tell me whether neuropsychological assessment is possible on this person or not. So you will have to look for the basic cognitive functions. The three things that I spoke about, attention, comprehension, and immediate memory, thread line differences there. So what would you ask the patient to understand all these three? Anybody can. Let's make it a little interactive, otherwise it's going to be tough on you. Okay, what would you do? I take this person who's had a moderate head injury, go and come back and tell me, interview for 5 minutes only, and come back and tell me whether the person is, can we proceed with the neuropsychological assessment? Because if comprehension is impaired and attention is impaired, you cannot do any of the higher cognitive functions, isn't it? So what is that question that you will ask the individual? Quickly. No, it's not rocket science. Sorry? I'm not allowing you to do anything. I'm just asking you to interview the patient and come back and tell me whether the person is attentive, person can comprehend, and person can remember. What is the question as a interview, behavioral interview I'm saying? What would you ask the patient? Will you ask first, did you come? A dementia patient will not even answer that question. Somebody said something? Name. That one question can answer all these things. And I'll tell you how. The minute we say in neuropsychology, what you need to do is, from the time you say hello to the patient till you say goodbye, your observation begins. That's why it's called brain behavior. You don't do it in a group. So what happens when you take the patient is anticipating something that you're doing. You've not told what you're doing. You've just said hello. And what does it do? What do they do? What do they do when you're taking them? First time you're coming into this room, what do you do? That is what the patient does. So it's an unsaid information that you get that the person's attention is adequate. Oh, the person is walking in and looking at around and then looking at you with anticipation. What are you going to ask me? What are you going to do with me? Obviously, you're going to tell later what you're going to do. Okay. Comprehension. How will you? This one question can answer. How does it answer? See, I'm just going a little threadbare, because if you don't understand all this neurofeedback, really you will not understand. You understand? So that's why I'm talking about the prefrontal cortex now. So how will you understand this one question that you asked, assuming the patient was looking at you with anticipation, they scanned the hall, they came and sat in front of you. Now you're asking, what's your name? If it is comprehension problem, what kind of answer would you get from the patient? I told you it's not rocket science. Make a mistake. According to Feurenstein, he says, you make a mistake, that's when you learn better. Tell me. Sorry? Yeah. No. You asked a question. How will the person respond to you if it is a comprehension problem? Or say something else instead of the name, because he or she is not comprehended, they would say something else, isn't it? If they're attending to you, but they're not able to comprehend what you're asking. If it is memory, correct, he is not able to memorize, but how will you know that this is adequate or not? He may not answer because of the comprehension problem. What will they do? It's simple, but look at we all falter in this fundamentals only, no? What will they do? What will they tell you? I've given a clue. What will they tell you? Will they tell something? If there is a memory problem, will they tell something? They won't confabulate. They've forgotten. Will you repeat it again? I forgot. They will very clearly tell you. Whereas comprehension, they will give you some other answer. If they are not attending, they're just looking around the place, not paying attention to what you're talking. So this is a basic thing that you need to understand in cognition. These three things should be very it should be intact in order to carry out the neuropsych assessment. Many a times their attention may be okay, their comprehension may be okay, their memory may be okay, but on the tests they will fail. So how do you interpret it? How do you interpret it? Why do you see an impairment on the test? Where do you compare it with? You're comparing it with something else, no? You're scoring it. It's the normative scoring that is there. So as compared to a normal individual, though attention, comprehension, and memory is adequate, but the person has not done it well because of the clinical condition. Okay. So these things, once the student comes and tells us, then we will proceed. But assuming that attention and comprehension is impaired, none of the test will be. And also, you have to make sure that sensory motor functions are adequate. Their pre-morbid level of functioning you should understand. Otherwise, again, you will do something wrong and then take them for intervention. Nothing will work. All right? Okay. So there is also executive regulation, inhibition, and planning, which is the executive function. Now somebody said set shifting, decision making, working memory. So many things are there. So this is the top down model. Okay. Bottom up. Why is it bottom up? What is just above our eyes? What structure is there just above our eyes? There's something related to personality. Feeney's Gauge. How many of you have read this? Like, I would suggest all of you read it as a story. This HM case and Feeney's Gauge will give you a lot of insight. So there's a personality. Okay, that is orbitofrontal cortex, which is The Sweeney's gauge gave us a lot of insight how this person's personality changed, but other functions remained adequate. Okay. So that is amygdala, limbic structures, and threat and reward processing. So this is the bottom up. Top down would be right from basic cognitive functions to the higher cognitive functions. All right. Yeah. So what relevance it has? Now, if you look at anxiety disorders, what happens is there is an hypoactivation of the amygdala. Now we know amygdala is responsible for emotion. Okay. And emotion can, I told you, emotion can cloud cognition. If we are upset today, can we read anything? Can we remember anything? Are we in a frame to have a conversation also? No, isn't it? So what it does is the hyperactivation of the amygdala reduces the functioning of the prefrontal cortex. So that is why we tell students also, if they are actively symptomatic, avoid doing the cognitive function tests. You may get a baseline, okay, because of the symptom, but the true picture, once it is under control, you know, this is the cognitive profile of the individual. All right. Depression, what it does, it reduces cognitive functions and takes over the negative effect. When you're depressed, you don't say anything very happy. You don't say anything very good. You only think of the bad things that happened even in the past and ruminate over it, isn't it? So this also has a bearing on the cognition. ADHD, definitely the regulatory system itself is defaulted, and they have very weak inhibitory control because of the cardinal symptoms that they face, isn't it? Inattention, overactivity, impulsivity, they have all this. So for them to control that inhibitory system itself is very difficult. Borderline personality, I've just chosen a few because these are, this is applicable in other conditions also. Poor top-down emotional regulation. That is why they suffer from personality disorder. Okay. So if you look at the neurodevelopmental model, psychopathology reflects atypical brain maturation and developmental trajectories. Some of the key features today, neuropsychologists are playing a very important role even in the with regard to genetics. They have been asked to do a lot of assessments to understand their genetic makeup also. So at NIMHANS, we collaborate with the genetic department, and they send patients to understand their current cognitive functions to see how this genetic component is playing a role. Then perinatal and prenatal insults the individual might have had. Sometimes, in fact, we had a case when the child was about 6 months, fell down from a bed and had a severe head injury. Of course, the child, they took to the doctor, they said that the child is pretty okay. But there was a little bit of delay in the milestones, but the child grew up adequately. It was at a later stage when the child was 5 years, there were a lot of other problems that was emerging. So when they brought to the child guidance, they realized that the child had this insult could be the cause for all these delayed milestones or the behavioral issues. So one needs to be aware of these kind of problems also. See, because we are looking at an individual maybe at the age of 24 or 40, but what is the trajectory of the growth? Is it that many things have come up? Just now I got a call saying that we did somebody has done the cognitive retraining with this individual, did not look into the psychosocial aspects. The person had severe marital discord, which the individual did not want to reveal to us, and then now that has surfaced. So all your cognitive work is not useful unless you bring in. So I would like to put it as brain as a nature and nurture, 50-50. I think it's very important to understand the individual's repertoire, to know what kind of a environment the person is coming from, what kind of an education and occupation. Let me tell you, it plays a it's a very confounding variable, where you see education has a bearing, occupation has a bearing. Why I say occupation is, over the years, I've realized that a person who did only 10th standard has a very stimulating occupation, is as good as a person who's done a post graduation, because the day-to-day stimulation of these occupation that the person is as good as the person who's been educated very well. So both these are very, very important. So we need to understand, is it education playing a role or occupation playing a role, and to see what kind of environment that they are in and what kind of relationship they are in, how this is impacting the person's symptoms. The symptom may be very mild, but the psychosocial factor that is impacting the individual may be much more than the symptom. So as a clinical psychologist, what should I do first? Is it that I straight away give intervention or neurofeedback training? No. I'll display a case where we have done the video recording. You will understand how much of time we spent before giving the intervention to understand the individual. Only then I can tailor make it accordingly. Otherwise, it will not work. Let me tell you, it will not work. You may send back the person with a little bit of improvement, but that significant improvement you will not see. Okay. Then associated disorders. If you see autism spectrum disorder today, I think it's on the rise. Everywhere people are looking for some kind of an intervention for autism spectrum disorder, ADHD. I do not know what is the cause, but you see a lot of children having these kind of problems. Then, of course, severe mental health conditions and learning disorders. There is also something known as the diastasis stress model. And what are the neurobiological vulnerability that you see in this? So if you look at the formula, genetic plus stressors results in a disorder. You may have genetic vulnerability, and also you're in an environment which also facilitates this kind of a problem, then it results in a disorder. So HPA axis, I won't go into the details. All of you go and read what is this HPA axis, which plays an important role in stress and stress sensitization. What can stress lead to also is the increase in cortisol levels. We have also done study in TBI, in alcohol dependent, looking at the neurochemical changes. And we know that why we did it is we want to see if neurofeedback can reduce the cortisol level. And we did see that it reduced in many of the patients. So what is it relevant to? Yes, depression, PTSD, severe mental health disorders and common mental health disorders. So it plays a very important, it is vulnerable. Why we call it vulnerable? Because there are other components also involved in it. It could be environmental, it could be genetic, it could be any other causes that leads. And you know, today, post-pandemic, there's increase in mental health issues. Why? Why do you think it is increased? Is it because the people have understood this is a mental health disorder, or something else has played a role, or everything else has played a role? Come. Somebody from the back also can answer. See, the trigger was pandemic. The fear was set in by pandemic, but that moved on to other vulnerabilities. Yeah, it could be anything. So it's a mixture. And the good thing that pandemic has done is people have understood that this has to be done. This can be addressed by psychologists, clinical psychologists. So we should be, though I know it brought a lot of destruction, but I'm very happy that pandemic has opened way for many things today. And that is why the need for psychologists in the country has become enormous. Okay. Neural circuit dysfunction model. So if you look at the neural circuits, it is not isolated in any brain structure. It is, you know, if I ask you, how is this wire installed in this room? The lights are burning in the middle of the room. Will anybody know how it is done? None of us will know except for the electrician who worked in this, isn't it? Brain is similar like that. You really don't know which neurons are playing at what level. And it's so plastic. It can learn, it can heal, it can change. And I'll talk about, when I'm talking about neurofeedback, how two important cases which paved way for understanding plasticity. One was a case study, and another one, a lot of research people did to understand. Initially, it was believed if you don't treat the person within 3 years, they will not improve. But today, it can go on till you live in this world. The plasticity can take place at any point of time. Okay. So the major circuits are, I'm not going into the circuits. I'll just talk about each of these circuits, what function it does. Frontal limbic circuit, wherever amygdala limbic system is involved, it is emotion. Remember that way. Okay. So it is an emotional regulation. Corticostriatal circuits is responsible for OCD and more so compulsivity. Okay. And reward circuit, you know, the ventrotegmental area that plays a very important, the nucleus accumbens, where it transfers information from frontal to the temporal. See, and the ventrotegmental area, which is the reward system, which is responsible for any form of addiction, not only substance, it could be any addiction, and also depression. The importance is we need to move beyond this chemical imbalance towards network-based understanding so that we can help individuals. Okay, this is the network, this is faulted in this individual. So what could be the cause? What are the environmental causes? What are the brain structural changes? If we understand this both, I can tell you the intervention can be very, very rich. All right. Neurocomputational and predictive process model. So when I was reading about this, I found it very interesting. You know, how brain predicts many things. Before I come here, I would say I've come here once. Maybe some places I remember, some places I don't remember. But I also start predicting. Oh, it could be there. It was there. It will be there. You know, many things start coming in my mind. And then I confirm it once I come in. Oh, yes, I've come to this room. That's how the brain constantly is at work. It's predicting a lot of things and then hypothesizing it and negating it based on the need of that particular thing that I'm looking for. What was important yesterday is not important today because I know today something else has come up which I'm paying attention to. So this is very interesting actually. So if a patient comes with some kind of a problem yesterday and something else has taken over that problem today with their spouses or with their parents, you can't use that same model what you used yesterday. It will not work. So what is important is, before you start, ask the individual, how are you? What happened? Sometimes they don't eat and come. Hypoglycemia. All of us have gone through that. Don't eat, you have a headache, you're getting very irritable, those things. So as a clinical psychologist, we have to be perceptive holistically to address the individual. Okay. So aberrant salience, what is it? What is aberrant salience? You say, I'm telling you something, you're interpreting it as something else. Between you and me, there is an error. You understood? I'm telling something else. I'm telling what I have to tell you, but you have understood it differently and interpreting it differently. Okay, that error creeps in. Why? Because you have not understood what I have said. Because maybe it was my fault that I have not conveyed properly. Okay, so even that one needs to keep in mind. Okay, and in anxiety, what happens? People procrastinate and start telling, oh, this is going to be, my dog is going to die today because yesterday it was unwell. So what happens? The anxiety builds up. Or some family member is sick. The only thing is they can think of is, I'm going to lose this family member. So you're building up anxiety. You're overestimating what you really think it is not going to happen, but you're overestimating it and feeling anxious about it. Okay. So there is a threat probabilities that can creep in anxiety, and in depression, everything is negative. You don't think anything positive. So what do we do when a person comes with depression? Can you straight away say, think positive? Will they understand you? Even if you explain to them, even when you tell them, so we have to work stepwise. They're doing something correct then and there. How else you can view this particular problem? How else you can reduce this problem? Ask answers from them only. That's the way you have to go about. Though we do neurofeedback, if we don't do all this, I can tell you they don't go back to 95% improvement. They are somewhere between 80. Machine does its job, but not to the fullest, unless you imbibe this holistic approach. Okay. The next is I think, have I taken a long time, Dr. Kalpana? I have time. Just stop me if I think, so otherwise, these basic things, if you don't understand, the next what we talk about will not make sense. Okay. So trauma stress neuroregulation model. So we know that any stress definitely has a bearing on the brain, and it alters the neuroregulatory system, leading to dysregulation. The beauty is, neurofeedback is one such thing where we are firing. The more you fire, the more it gets wired. Who said this? Who said this? The more you fire, the more it gets wired. You fire neuron A, it connects to B, it connects to C. Who said this? Hebb. Somebody said Hebb? Yes, Donald Hebb. Okay. So it's so true. And especially in stress, this neurofeedback, first thing that brings about changes in the emotion and their well-being. You will see the patients coming and telling after 5 to 6 sessions, I'm feeling a little relaxed now. I'm not as stressed as before. I have a video of an IT person who has taken over. I'll play it in the sessions, where they come back and tell you, and that gives you a lot of solace. As a therapist, What else I could have done for a person in 5 sessions to reduce his stress, his or her stress? If neurofeedback can do this, why not do it? Okay. Then hyperactive amygdala, there is, it is that freeze, uh, fight, fight, flight, and freeze. So these are some things that happens in individual. So how to take care of that? And we see a reduced hippocampal volume in these individuals. And the prefrontal cortex, as I told you, is hyperactivated. There is autonomic dysregulation. They have palpitation, they have sweating, physiological changes are there. And you will see, especially when anxiety and depression cases, when they come for neurofeedback, you can sometimes, they sweat so much, we can't even fix the electrodes on their scalp. That is the way they are. So all these things, I'm sure Afsar will speak about the troubleshooting in neurofeedback. PTSD, definitely, they ruminate over the instance that has taken place in their life. And complex trauma, we have a trauma therapist here who's done extensive work in trauma, so you can ask her any questions, she will be able to answer you. And dissociative disorders, emotional dysregulation syndrome. Then this polyvagal autonomic regulation model. And this, when we understand psychopathology through this model, we talk about the autonomic nervous systems. So what are the autonomic nervous system involved in this polyvagal autonomic regulation model is ventral vagal, where this nerve is responsible for social engagement and safety. Sympathetic, I told you about fight, flight, or freeze. In the dorsal vagal system, it is a shutdown. I just give up. And there is dissociation. I don't want to remember what happened. Now, when they say this, that is bothering them every day, every minute. I don't want to remember, but it comes. They've not removed it from their head. They say, yes, I want to do that, but I'm not able to do this. Okay. And this can be applied to trauma disorder, anxiety, attachment disorder, somatic symptom disorders. Then there is something known as integrative contemporary view. The moderns currently, everywhere, if you look at, everybody is looking at holistically. Be it a medical system, be it a psychological system, be it a social system. Everybody talks about not isolated therapy, isolated intervention. Everybody says integrated, because as human beings, we are integrated in very many aspects. So if you address one component of it, the other remains. So what we need to understand is we have to integrate. So is the psychopathology also. Why is an adult behaving this way? Was it a childhood trauma? If you don't understand the childhood trauma, you will not give any good intervention to this individual. Many a times, many of these disorders, the parents conceal it. They don't want to talk about it because it's a taboo, especially if it is sexual assault in childhood. They don't even want to remember, they don't even want to remind the child, but the child is living with this trauma. Unless you resolve that trauma, you cannot resolve the current symptom trauma. All right. So how we address it is through the neurocircuitry, genetic, developmentally we take, environmentally we look at it, and what are the cognitive and affective process that we look at. No, that was a correct slide, sir. This is the summary slide. And the social context. That's why I say both nature and nurture plays a very important role in addressing the individual's problems. Be it a normal individual also, we need to understand what kind of an environment the person comes, what has he imbibed as a nature. That is why even in your batch, you may be of same age, same socioeconomic status. You're in the same class. Can anybody show me two individuals who has similar personality, similar kind of functioning? Brain is the same, structure is the same, function is the same, but each one of us are very different because of these two components which has played an important role. All right. So this is a summary slide. I just thought each of the model, the core mechanism that it works on, and the key disorders. So the top down and bottom up, you will see the prefrontal cortex and the limbic imbalance. It can lead in common mental health disorders. Developmentally, there is aberrant maturation. So it can lead to which the key disorders that comes up is ADHD, ASD, and severe mental health disorder. Diastasis, there is vulnerability to stress, and hence it leads to depression and PTSD. Circuitry dysfunction, there is network abnormalities, which can lead to OCD and de-addiction. Predictive processing, faulty prediction and error coding, which can lead to psychosis and any common mental health disorder. Trauma model, there is stress constitution sensitization, which can lead to PTSD and dissociation. Polyvagal model, autonomic dysregulation, which leads to trauma and somatic disorders. Thank you. Any questions? Hungry. I told you, no, by default, I'll get this just before lunch or after lunch. After lunch, people will want to sleep. Before lunch, they're very hungry. Anything you can ask me, or you can keep the questions and next talk when I'm. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. See, since I'm talking about the brain, I'm not only talking about the brain, but also including the other psychological component. But brain is a basic thing. It can act, it can react, it can interact. So this is the base for everything. So neurologically, we need to understand what plays in a particular disorder, which are the symptoms. Is it corroborating with the symptom and the kind of presentation that the individual is doing, or is it compartmentalized? And how do I, as a clinical psychologist, address? Should I address the psychosocial component or should I address the neurological component? So to address the neurological component, I have to make sure that the psychosocial factors are taken care as a clinical psychologist. I don't know if I've answered your question. That is what, sir, as of today, I think that plays a very, very important role. For example, you have a child who's learned a lot of things because of the environment. For example, stealing, lying, truant, not going to school. It may be the environment which is fostering. And what we do, look at it more from a different perspective. And I think every case, we must understand the background that they come from. And as I told you, some of the confounding variables are there. So if we don't understand that, as a clinical psychologist, we are not able to address many things. And they don't show improvement over a period of time. They will have some kind of an improvement, but not to the extent that one could expect to do it if we don't get these information. I think it should be a part of the neurology part. In psychiatry, they do, but not like a clinical psychologist. Yes, yes, yes. If you talk to a nutritionist, they will tell you maybe the food is the cause for all these problems. Everybody can hear, isn't it? See, please, sir is giving some book. I think all of us will make note of it. And I think we have to, next talk, we have to imbibe all this. By Dinesh.
Environmental psychology by author is single author book Dinesh Nagar, Professor Dinesh Nagar.
Is it available online also, sir?
Available as hard copy also.
And
Yeah.
soft copy also.
Soft copy, I think the newer editions.
Maybe the library can get it.
Newer editions may be available. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Being a little unaware about neurofeedback.
That's why
required a
this
lot
workshop.
of- right. So, ma'am, I wanted to know, in your extensive experience in this field, have you come across gender differences in terms of response that you must be receiving towards the treatment? And the second question is, if children can be, treated for this, children who are, who do not have any issues or things like that, but they do come for varied like even social and socio-environmental issues also. So and if they do, then from what age have you seen the effectiveness really coming out?
5 years is the minimum that you have to start with, because that is the time the child understand what you're asking him or her to do it.
Right.
And gender wise, more than the other psychosocial components, I don't see a difference in their performance.
Okay.
That way, I don't know if Sukanya or Afsar has seen it. I don't think we have seen it, because we see a lot of both genders, of course, more men than women, but then not much of a difference. But that gives me it has raised my antenna. I will look into the data now.
Also, a quick short question again.
Yeah, I'll complete this question.
Please,
Then
please.
you said there are children with the problem, especially ADHD.
Yes.
They don't even sit for a minute.
Yeah.
And this was a PhD thesis of my student.
Right.
First case, she comes back and says, I cannot do this, ma'am. I'm going to go back home. Because she fixed some 6-7 times the electrode, the child pulled it out. So I said, okay, I'll come with you. I'll sit with you. How long do you think the attention of the child is? She said, not even 2 minutes, ma'am. So I said, we'll just do it for 1 minute. So we started playing like a game with the child. And this child improved so well. After that, she never came back till she finished her thesis. So that is it's just not the equipment or the electrodes. You have to use your psychological skills.
Right.
You have to do it.
Right.
If the child is sitting for 2 minutes, give for 1 minute. Don't give it for 2 minutes. If the child prefers, there was a child who was very sensitive to touching the head, autistic child. You do not know the number of sessions. We just started playing like a game. We started the child to explore the electrode. Then, fixed it on the mother, fixed it on the father. Then they both are sitting with the electrodes. Then the therapist said, see where I'm fixing it. And then we started. You won't believe it took us so many sessions to give this intervention. So we have to use out of the box techniques to see that they get
and I think a lot of out of the box thinking and observation also.
Yes,
What
yes.
works and what doesn't work.
Yes.
Right. The next question, my last question is that have you seen a lot of geriatric population coming in and benefiting from
With
this?
NCI, we have started a study now. We have seen significant improvement. I wouldn't say much of an improvement, but they have not deteriorated.
Okay, wonderful.
And one case where they could not make a diagnosis, we did 10 sessions. The person was very, very aggressive. That came down significantly, but because he had to go, he was from different city. So he had to go back. 10 sessions showed a significant improvement. See, I'm a little wary to start with the dementia cases because if they are not able to process it, we can worsen them.
Okay, all
Okay.
right. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Anybody else? Thank you very much. Yeah. Here. This side. Yeah, I think you should introduce, because it's a small crowd, we can have good interaction.
This is Tanushree, clinical psychologist from Kolkata. And my question is that, ma'am, what's your experience, how it is effective on in case of OCD cases, especially mild to moderate, what I have asked you,
Yeah.
and on an average, how many sessions usually is necessary on an average to promote better neuroregulatory functions?
See, in neurofeedback, our experience says that you should have 20 sessions minimum. Okay, to stabilize the individual. And it should not be every day. It should be alternate days because it takes 48 hours to conceptualize.
Mhm.
And for any patient who comes, we say 20 sessions. Now, if you ask me what is the protocol that we use, we take the patient symptoms, we do a visual analog scale of the symptom rating, we see the neuropsychological profile, we see the outcome scales, and decide which lead to give the training, for which you should be trained neurofeedback therapist. Why am I giving alpha, not theta, not beta, not gamma, not any other wave, sensory motor wave? I should have a rationale for it. Which is the site I'm giving? Am I giving it in the center? Am I giving it in the posterior or the anterior? Where am I fixing it and why am I doing this? So there's a lot of discussion before we administer the neurofeedback training with the supervisors so that we do the right thing, for which you should know what, suppose I give in O1, O2, what is this O1 and O2 responsible for? So if I give 2-channel training, what are the 2 channels that I'm giving? Am I giving alpha beta, theta beta, or alpha theta? What is that I'm giving? So for which I have to have my theory background. What does alpha wave does? What does theta wave does? What does beta wave does? So if I see the symptoms more in terms of anxiety, I know the person needs relaxation. For relaxation, alpha wave is the best. So where is it embedded? It's in the posterior part of your brain. So we fix O1 and O2 and give the training.
Okay.
We will talk about it. That's why I said I will talk about it when I'm doing
that's
the
fine. Okay.
neurofeedback talk. Okay?
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
There is something positive feedback and negative feedback. Suppose we are imagining and practicing very positive psychology. And if it is too much positive feedback, it may be detrimental to the patient.
Yes.
Yeah.
They get used to it.
Yeah.
Okay, even if I do something little bit there, I get a positive feedback. In neurofeedback, sir, there is a score that is depicted on the screen. Now the individual knows if the person does correct, it reflects. In anxiety patients, what happened? That itself induces anxiety if they don't do well. So as a clinician, what I do is I'll cover the score. I'll say, just do the task. And then at the end of the session, we'll say, okay, you got some 800 points. So tomorrow you work on a little more points so that I don't induce anxiety during the session. So that is one more thing.
Yes.
And yes, this how much of Same like the behavioral technique that we use, positive and negative feedback. We need to keep this in mind while we are doing neurofeedback also. Many a times I see my own students saying, no, you have not done well. Or they'll say, oh, very good. Even if the patient fails, they will say, very good, you have done well. Now the patient himself or herself will know that they've not done it. Now they are going to go back, and I remember some of the patients coming and saying, ma'am, I got only 300 points and the trainee told me I did very well. You said we need to get 1,000 points. Somewhere they must have heard me say with other patient, and then they come back and say this. So we have to be very realistic, sir. When we give that any kind of a feedback to the patient, realistically we will have to give. And today information is there in their palms, sir.
Yes.
The minute they go out, they will Google and see what we said is right or wrong.
Oh, yes, that is another.
So we have to be very, very careful.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anybody else? If there are no questions, thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, ma'am, for that profoundly insightful session. It truly encouraged us to re-examine the evolving landscape of neurofeedback models. I am now delighted to introduce Dr. Mohammad Afsar, a licensed clinical psychologist and assistant professor at the Chacha Nehru Bal Chikitsalaya. It was before lunch. It was before lunch. Assistant professor at the Chacha Nehru Bal Chikitsalaya, Government of NCT Delhi. Trained at NIMHANS, he serves as a nodal officer for disability certification and contributes as a mental health expert in multidisciplinary clinical teams. With over 40 research publications, his work spans neurodevelopmental disorders, traumatic brain injury, epilepsy, sleep disorders, and EEG neurofeedback. He's a recipient of the M.V. Govindaswamy Memorial Prize and the ISNR In Memoriam Award, reflecting his academic excellence and contributions to the field. Sir, may I please request you? The next session is Foundations of EEG Neurofeedback.
A very good afternoon to everyone present. So, first of all, at the outset, I would like to express my gratitude to the Amity Institute of Behavioral Health and Allied Sciences for organizing this wonderful event. I'm deeply indebted to Dr. Kalpana Srivastava and Dr. Jamna Rajeshwaran for giving me this opportunity to be here and speaking and interacting with all of you. And what a joyful moment it can be, what better can be, that today, how I was introduced as Dr. Muhammad Afsar. So this title that I have earned, and two people, those who have been extremely, important in bringing that title to me. One was my PhD supervisor, that is Dr. Jamuna Rajeshwaran, and other is the examiner of my PhD who finally thought that this work was worthy so that I can be given a title, Dr. Kalpana Srivastava. So I think I'm truly blessed to share the stage with all of them, with both of them. And of course, I have a senior from the same institution, Dr. Sukanya Ray. So really, I am very excited, or rather, I would like to say the term exalted to be here. Now, as I understand that due to the certain logistic issues, we are running behind the schedule. So what I'll be doing is that the presentation that I had made for an hour or so, I promise that I'll cut short. Okay. And I know that all of us really want to rush to the lunch. Do you guys want it short? Looks like, ma'am, they will not say it. It's okay. And in case if something is missing, something remains, we are here today and tomorrow, and we can have the discussion one-on-one also. Right. Yeah. So my topic is going to be about something more basic, right? So all of us are hearing from the morning. We have heard from Dr. Kalpana and Dr. Jamuna about neurofeedback, right? Dr. Jamuna will be talking about it more in detail, but both of them brought a lot of clinical experience in their talk. And when we hear it, this seems very interesting to clinical psychologists. Remember, when you were a very young kid and you wanted to read a story book, something that looked very colorful, something that you wanted to read by yourself, but unfortunately you did not have the very good knowledge of the alphabet back then, right? So you really wanted to jump to read the story, but first you had to learn the alphabets. and then reading those alphabets, sitting in your nursery class, where the teacher is teaching you how to make A and how to read A, how the A and I sounds different, A and E sounds different. That was very torturous. So I think I'm going to be doing that torturous work today for you. All of you must be very excited about using neurofeedback in your clinical practice, but the term starts with EEG. So I will be taking you through the basics of EEG, because unless we understand what EEG is and where it stems from, we don't really know what are we treating. We don't really know what are we giving feedback for. Okay. So as the term suggests, EEG basically meaning electroencephalography. It has got three terms in it: electro, encephalo, and graphy or gram. Electro refers to the electrical activity, encephalo refers to brain, and graphy refers to the measurement of it and representing it in a graphical or a visual space. Now, we know that the building blocks of the brain or the nervous system in the human, physiology is basically the neurons. Okay, next slide, please. All of us are very much aware of it, right? Neurons, the most populous neuron in the human system are called the multipolar neuron, right? Where mostly, not in all cases, but mostly the electrical signal travels from the dendrites to the cell body, summating at the axon hillock, and then travels all the way through the axon. And then from one neuron to the another, we keep on passing this information. And that's what basically drives the electrical activity of the brain, right? Next slide, please. Yeah. Now, so it's not one neuron that is firing, right? There are millions and billions of neurons in our brain, right? But then at one point that there are multiple neurons that are firing together, okay? And this electric current, which might be in like microvolt, but then it is summated because there are, let's say, thousands of neurons which are firing in the similar way in one particular area of the brain. For example, you all were sitting in a dark room and then suddenly a red color light appears on the screen, right? Suddenly your visual cortex gets activated. All the neuron in the primary visual area starts firing in a particular way, right? A bundle of neurons starts to fire together. So that is what the electrical activity which we are trying to tap through the EEG. The second thing is that this electrical activity is continuous. Your brain is firing at some rate or the other, right? So there is spontaneous activity, as well as there is something what we call as the responsive to stimulation activity. Like I gave you just an example that how you were sitting in a dark, pitch black room, and then suddenly a light appears, the electrical activity change in response to the stimulus given, right? So there can be spontaneous activity as well as the responsive to stimulation also. Very interestingly, even if you're sitting in a pitch black room, the brain is firing at some level, there are still momentary fluctuation. It's not stable. You're not going to get a flat line, right? There are still momentary fluctuations which are present. What we are doing is we are measuring that electrical current. How do we measure? We select a point. Where do you want to assess it? Okay, here, here, here. Let's say I select this point called CZ. I'll talk about this in my, next presentations. I put an electrode and I measure the electrical current. How do we measure the electrical current? We all know from our basic physics classes now from 7th, 8th that we assess it in volts, right? But then, as I said, it keeps fluctuating. So I'm not really sure. Is it because of the stimulus that I gave? Is it a spontaneous fluctuation? So what I do is, I know brain is full of neuron. There's so much of electrical activity. Neurons are there everywhere, but my hand does not have as much as neuron as my head has, right? So the relative activity of the neuronal signal would be much lesser in my hand, right? Would be much lesser in my ear. But here, because of brain, which is primarily consisting of the neuron, will have so much of activity. So what we do is we select a reference point. Okay, a reference point could be something neutral, which does not have much of the electrical activity, which does not have much of the neuronal activity. So you put an electrode where you want to assess, and then you put another electrode at the reference point, and then you compare the difference. Sometime the electrical activity could be more than this. Sometime it can just dip and it can be less than this, right? And what we are actually doing, essentially doing in EEG, we are just calculating these difference time by time. as a function of time. So every millisecond, what is the status? Now it is in -5. Next it becomes 5. Next it becomes +10, then +20. Then it comes down to -5. And as a function of time, you are just kind of placing it on the graph. And here you get something, what you call as EEG. And this principle is not only applicable to EEG, this is also applicable to all form of other electrophysiological parameter. Those of you who are aware of ECG, EEG, EOG, EMG, musclegraphy, or oculography, and so on, right? So here, one thing that I wanted to make clear to everyone is that EEG is not just recorded by placing something at one point. It is in reference to something else. That is one of the very key takeaway point that all of you must remember, those who are understanding EEG for the first time. There has to be a reference, and you compare that active point with the reference and then plot the plus minus. Of course, now, so you place it here, ground, right? Now, what I wanted to tell you is that this thing, what I'm suggesting, you don't have to sit and do everything. Nowadays, machines are there, systems are there, and they will do everything. But until you understand that concept, it's going to be looking like a rocket science, which is not. Okay, next slide, please. Now, we talk about the EEG waveform. We all have studied about waves, right? So in our basic science classes. Now, any wave has got a few features, the visual feature. So we know there is frequency, there is amplitude, and then there is something called as wavelength. Now, I'm going to be sticking to two very important aspects here. One is amplitude and the other is frequency. Those of you who find the physics and all really complicated, leave it here and then come with me on a walk on a seashore, right? You're standing at a seashore, at a sea beach. You just want to enjoy that, moment. And then what happens that, you're partly in the water and partly on the sandy area, and the waves keep coming. You stand there for a minute today, this morning, and then you realize that in a minute I was getting roughly around 7 waves. But then in the evening, when you went post sunset, there were at least 20 waves coming within that 1 minute. Now, this is what we call as the frequency. In a given time, how many number of cycles of waves that are coming, that is something what we call as frequency, right? So if there are less number of waves, you call it slow waves. You'll say, no, that the waves are coming slowly. One comes, then it fades off, then the another comes. It's a slow wave. But when the frequency increases, you call it, the fast waves, right? So that's what frequency is all about. In a minute or in a given time period, how many cycles of a wave are coming? That's what frequency is all about. The another one is amplitude. You went to the sea beach in the afternoon. What you could see was that the waves were coming, but they were not very tall, right? They were short waves. They were just coming up till the ankle. But then post sunset, the waves were becoming taller. They were even making your knees wet, right? Now that aspect of the wave is what we call as amplitude. How high is the wave, right? Now, these are the two things together which basically determine how much force a wave will carry, right? If there is high frequency and high amplitude, what is going to happen? You're going to be likely to fall down. Now that's the power of the wave, right? So these are the 3 terms that I would want all of you to remember for my next presentations also, and throughout the other presentations also. Frequency is how often the waves are coming. Amplitude, how tall are the waves, and power, overall, how powerful, how much dominating these waves are, right? I think the other parts are here, and some of the material you will receive also. So I'm not going to, go into too much of detail, but if you get my concept, it will be good, and then we can move ahead further. Next slide, please. Now, human brain waves, they are no different. They all have the similar kind of features. They have frequency, they have amplitude, and so on. Next slide, please. Now, based on the various features, based on the frequency primarily, we have the scientists and the researchers have divided the human brain waves into various types, or you can say various subtypes of it, right? Dr. Jamuna would be touching upon these particular things. So I'm going to leave it just telling you what these different waves are associated with. Okay. So for example, if wave is really slow, that in 1 second you are getting only 1 to 4 cycles, not more than that, then you will say it's a slow wave, and we name it as delta waves. Next slide, please. Between 4 to hertz, if you're getting, that is theta waves, right? So the wave is becoming slightly faster, as you can see in the infographic also, right? And you can see that compared to the previous one, the height is, becoming shorter. Next slide, please. We have alpha waves now. You can see it is becoming faster, right? Next. Beta waves, 12 to 30 hertz. Within one particular second, you will get 30 cycles of up and down. The wave cycles are becoming more and more fast. That's beta waves. And then finally, next slide, please. We have gamma waves, which are 30 hertz and above. So basically, Madam would talk about the clinical relevance of these waves in her presentation. But what I want to tell you from a very theoretical point of view here is that human brain waves are divided into multiple types. We talk about delta, theta, alpha, beta, and gamma, right? Most of the literature and most of the research that you would look into about EEG and EEG neurofeedback, you will find that they are pertaining to delta, theta, alpha, and beta primarily. Gamma is not so much studied because it is not so much associated with very many day-to-day cognitive functions, right? With this, we move on further. Next slide, please. Yeah. Now we'll recall this once again. So we said amplitude, how high are the waves? Frequency, how frequent are the waves? And power is how strong or powerful are the wave. They are directly based on the height of the waves, right? Simply speaking, if you just kind of make a graph, and then you have seen this, right? So the wave graph will go something like this. You will be able to calculate from the graph what is the frequency, what is the power, what is the amplitude. But how do we calculate power? Power is nothing. It is just the square of the amplitude, right? If you take up the amplitude of a particular EEG, right? Let's say you assess the EEG of a particular person for just 2 minutes. In 2 minutes, there will be multiple cycle, right? You can calculate the amplitude. Somewhere amplitude is in the positive, somewhere it is in the negative. But if you're going to do a mean or an average of it, the plus and minus are going to become 0. Then it doesn't make any sense. So to avoid that, what we are doing is we are just making it square. Once you do it square, all the values will get into positive side, and then it becomes much more easy to work on or mathematically manipulate those numbers, right? Next slide, please. Yeah, so till now everybody is with me. What EEG is? We have the active electrode point. We have a reference point, or what we call as ground, right? We are comparing the difference, noting it on a graph. When we put it on the graph, what we get is a zigzag line, a wavy wobbly line, right? Now that looks like a wave. We have different aspects to it. The starting from amplitude, how high, frequency, how fast, and power, that is the square of the amplitude, right? Everybody with me? Good. Now we'll get a little bit more technical about this. Next slide, please. The first is sampling rate. Now, all of us can relate with this. If you could see that this side, FPS refer to frames per second, right? If the camera is taking only 15 frames per second, you're not going to get a very clear picture, right? But if the camera was slightly better, it captures 30 frames per second, you get a much clearer picture, right? And if it's even better, the quality becomes better because the movement is happening, right? You have to track the movement. But 15 frames per second, what's happening? The first frame was taken when the client was here. The second frame was taken when the person reached here. So we feel that as if there is a jump. The person is not in a continuous movement, right? So what we can understand from this is the more data point that we have, the smoother the outlook looks, right? Are you with me, all of you? So same thing, what I want to highlight there is that brain's electrical activity is also continuous. At any point, it is just continuously firing. It's not stopping. But the point is, when you want to put it on the graph, the computer would ask you for discrete data point. Tell me, when do I take the recording? Right? For example, we are organizing this as our CRE program, and then we tell the photographer that, you have to come and then you have to take the photograph. The photographer asks, when do you want me to come and take the photograph? At the beginning, at the inaugural, at the last? But then if he comes only in the beginning and I come late, then you would say Dr. Afsar wasn't there in the program. If it comes in the evening, but Dr. Jamuna leaves by then because of some personal reason, then they'll say, ma'am was not there. To get a holistic picture, what we are doing is we are doing a video recording, continuous frames per second, right? So that's exactly what I'm referring here, that the brain needs data point only then it can plot, right? So what it does is it takes multiple measurement. How frequently shall it take? Shall I take one time amplitude assessment in 1 second? No, maybe slightly more, 2 times, 4 times, 10 times. So the most EEG system takes 250 data recordings within a second. So you can imagine 1 second being divided into 250 small segments, and for every segment, one amplitude point is being noted. And that's how you get such a smooth, EEG point. Then they're plotted on a graph, wiggly line comes up with ups and downs. So this is what we call a sampling rate. So whenever you are about to start or whenever you are setting up your neurofeedback protocol, in the background, there are certain things that you need to check. Sometimes it will ask what's the sampling rate you want. So 250 is the sampling rate that most of us keep for our EEG recording, right? So this will help you while you are dealing with the actual hardware in your own labs or in your own practice. Next is the artifact. Now, you have put up the electrodes. It is supposed to measure the electrical activity and, plot it on the graph. But what might happen? That sometime when you are trying to plot, there are other things also. For example, the person started coughing and the cough leads to a lot of movement. Now, the EEG sensor does not know whether this is because of coughing or this is because of the actual brain activity which changed, right? The person started to blink eye. When the person starts to blink eye, right? Everybody knows that alpha activity is more when you close your eyes. Meditation and all is associated with the alpha activity. So when you close your eye, even if it's for half second, the computer would have taken 125 recording by then, right? And they will look like an alpha recording. But the moment it's open, it will not look like alpha recording, right? So eye blink can also affect your EEG, right? We also know from the movie Three Idiots, salt water is a good conductor of electricity, right? What is your sweat? Nothing but salt water, right? The moment it comes between the electrode and your scalp, the person is sweating for some reason. What would happen? Then it would alter the electrical current because it can affect that. So there are multiple reasons because of which the electrodes can actually measure something beyond the brain's electrical activity. Could be sweat, could be movement, could be eye blink, and so on. So all these will affect or alter, your EEG signal, and they are known as artifact, right? Next click, please. An EEG artifact is any electrical potential recorded during electroencephalography that does not originate from the brain, right? As I mentioned, I think that was very clear. Next click. So there are ocular artifact, right? Ocular artifact is eye movement. We know that our eyeball keep moving. That will also affect that. Eye blink. So they are called ocular artifact. Motion artifact, the patient moving because the patient is not able to sit comfortably in the chair. Sweat artifact. And there could be electrode and cable artifact. You just put the electrodes and the electrodes are lying down there and automatically they are moving. And we know that even the air, which is filling this particular room, that also has got certain, ions and all, right? They also have some amount of charge. The wires can be picking that up and the movement might lead to the electrode artifact itself. So they are called artifact. Now what happens is, as you can see in the top picture there, the EEG was being recorded, but in the bottom one, you can see that there is an artifact which is coming. Why it is important to understand artifact? Because sometime when I was at NIMHANS and we used to do classes for our MPhil trainees, and I'll take them and then we'll show, suddenly something will start bursting. They'll say, sir, this is gamma waves because these are very fine, very, fast. No, they're not gamma waves. You also need to understand where it is originating. Was it associated with sweat? Was it associated with eye blink or not? Right? So they are called artifact. So it's very important that we understand and identify these artifacts. There are, thankfully, thanks and gratitude to the engineering friends that they have developed automated software where the computers can automatically identify and pick up the artifacts. And sometime whatever is remaining, a human eye inspection is required, right? I did my PhD, and my PhD data required a resting state EEG pre and post for multiple number of patients. One of the most painful part was to do the artifact removal from the 10 minutes EEG, because rest of the thing was being done by computer, but computer fails at certain point. It is not able to differentiate. So I had to sit with every data and then remove the artifact. Once that was done, it was a cakewalk. Yeah. So I wanted to highlight about sampling rate, artifact removal. Next slide, please. Band pass filtering. Again, something that you will come across while you are setting up the system for your sessions, biofeedback or EEG neurofeedback in both. What happens is that, as I said, human brain activity can be, divided into delta, theta, and so on, right? But mostly we are not really interested in gamma, right? We only stick till beta. But is it possible that, you can have very slow activity also, less than 0.5 hertz, like not even one cycle completed in 1 second? That is also possible, right? So we don't, while at the time of analysis and giving, feedback, we don't want our computer to get very overwhelmed. So we just tell the computer that, see, we are interested in only these waves. We are interested in delta, theta, alpha, beta. So anything which is the frequency of above beta, remove it. Anything which is, less than 0.5 hertz, remove it. Now, what we are doing is we are doing some sort of filtering, right? We are doing chopping. We're taking out what is required. So there is something what we call as low pass filter. Basically meaning that anything below this frequency, I don't want. So generally we put the low pass filter as 0.5 hertz. Anything below that, we don't want. You remove it from the analysis. And we put a high pass filter. High pass filter is 30. Anything above 30 hertz, I'm not interested in that. You only analyze the data which was in this frequency range. Making sense? Band pass filter? Sabko samajh mein aaya? Okay. Next slide, please. Now, on this slide, I would take a little time, right? Now, what happens is you have taken the EEG, recorded, you have done the artifact removal, and you have done the band pass filtering. You have delta, theta, alpha, beta, right? Now, it doesn't come in sequence, right? Sometimes the brain starts to fire in delta mode, sometimes it starts to fire in alpha mode, and so on, right? So what the computer does is, computer clubs the same kind of frequency together. All the wave which was falling in alpha wave set together, beta wave set on this side, delta this side, and so on. And then you say, I want to know what was the amplitude of the delta waves. So what it does is it goes and picks up all the bundle of data, right? And data would have multiple time points, right? For 1 second, there will be 250 data points. And let's say delta came only for 10 seconds throughout the EEG. Otherwise, it was not delta. So it will take up that 10 seconds. 10 seconds means 2,500 data points. It will take down all the amplitude, and then it will square it. And then after squaring, what it will do is it will take a mean of it. And this would be called as the power of the delta wave. That how strong, how dominant were the delta power. Same thing can be done for alpha. Same thing can be done for beta and theta, right? So we have calculated separately the power or the strength of alpha wave, strength of beta wave, and so on. Now, this is what we call as absolute power, right? Now, this absolute power is something which is not making so much of sense. So what we need to understand is there is something called as relative power. Because what you will be doing is absolute power of the specific band. Specific band is alpha. Let's say you calculated alpha absolute power and you divide it by the total power of the EEG. I did EEG for total, let's say 2 minutes. It had alpha, beta, theta, everything together. I calculated the power together and then power of alpha, and then I'm taking a percentage. So by this, I get to know that in my EEG, there was, the relative power of alpha was 25%, whereas relative power of beta was 50%. So I can simply say this is a beta dominant EEG. This person's EEG was beta dominant. This person's EEG was alpha dominant. And this is something that you will come across when you read up a lot of paper. They will talk about that, EEG dominant, alpha dominant EEGs or EEG dominated by slow waves and so on. So you get it? What I'm referring to here, that you calculate the power and then you calculate the relative power. The relative power comes into percentage, right? Next slide, please. I think I would just like to briefly just say, and then I'll skip. I just wanted to say that EEG does not remain same throughout the life cycle, right? If you take up the EEG of an infant and if you take up the EEG of an elderly, they're going to be very different, right? Because the brain is going through the different kind of maturational processes at different point in time, and each of these maturational processes leads to different kinds of wave predominance, right? For example, during the infancy and early childhood, it is characterized by high power and slow rhythm, right? So there'll be more of delta and theta kind of waves which will be present. There is emergence of alpha and beta happening, but predominantly it's delta and theta. And very interestingly, delta and theta waves are associated with something what we call it synaptogenesis, new synapses or new connections being made between the neurons. And we know as a child, the child is learning every day new things. Okay, then he hears a dog barking and he identifies that's also a sound. Okay, the brain has to register it because in the womb it was not registered so much. So new synapses are being made, and this synaptogenesis is directly correlated with delta and theta waves. We go further, late childhood, 60% reduction in delta wave. Delta waves are going. Now, if the slow waves are going, relatively slightly more faster waves are coming. Now, this is the time which is alpha dominant. Kids, the most relaxed one, right? They have not yet, faced the reality, the harsh realities of life. So predominantly, these are the alpha dominant time. The beta is still increasing, but this is a very interesting thing. As you know, that by the age of 6 years, the brain says, oh, too many synapses you have made. Because brain stores every new information as a new synapse. It looks at a red dog, then it says, oh, it's a dog, it's a red dog, new synapse. Then a black dog, oh, it's a black dog. And it kind of stores all this information separately in the beginning. But then later, when the cognitive capacity increases, the person identifies, oh, these are all dogs of different color. Just one synapse is enough. So I cannot have too much of information kept. So what is happening by now? By the age of 6 years, synaptic pruning. The additional synapses are being, deleted. And what was associated with new synapses was slower wave, therefore were more delta. Now, because the synaptogenesis is not happening, it is rather the opposite, synaptic pruning. So there is less of delta and more of alpha coming. Synaptic pruning is partially an answer to the infantile amnesia. Why do we end up forgetting a lot of memory that we make during the first 2 to 3 years of life? Right? Next, please. Yeah, by adolescent, we have delta band is only seen in sleep. Theta is going away, alpha is posterior dominant, and beta is slowly increasing as the adolescent tends to engage in more cognitively demanding tasks. And then when we reach to elderly, further reduction in delta waves, and we know delta waves are associated with sleep, and it's not very unusual to hear our elderly saying that they're not able to get very refreshing, very deep sleep. That sleep doesn't remain very deep because the delta waves are going away. There is an increase in the resting state theta, which is cognitive slowing. Resting state, technically, we should have alpha. We should have alpha and low beta. But then their alpha and low beta waves are going, they're going to theta. Again, more of a slow waves, right? which is directly correlated with cognitive slowing and so on. Next slide, please. Yeah, quantitative EEG, I'm leaving for now because I think Dr. Sukanya will be touching upon that, right? But still just wanted to say that all these values that you are calculating, right, that is about an individual, but I don't know whether these are right, whether these are not so much in the right space. So what I'm doing is that I have taken the otherwise healthy participant, let's say thousands, and then I've done their EEGs and I have stored that data somewhere as a database. And when I call one of my participants and do their EEG, and then I can compare that EEG with my database. Like all of us, when we do our psychological test, we ask our subject to fill the questionnaire, right? We get the score and then we take the score to the normative data and we say, oh, the percentile is 0.5, the percentile is 1. So, and then what are we doing? Compared to the normative age, education, gender matched people, where does this person fall? Right? This person has have above average memory compared to all the people, below average memory compared to the same age people. Same thing we are doing here. And then what the computer does is it compares and creates something what we call as Z scores. Again, nothing new. It's a statistically derived score with a mean of 0, standard deviation of 1. And then based on that, the maps are generated what we call as heat maps, right? These heat maps can tell you where are the places where there is excessive activity compared to the normative one. For example, reddish and the bluish and greenish basically reflecting less of an activity compared to norms, right? You get my point? Right? And I think, next slide. Yeah, maybe you can skip this. As I think other professionals are going to be speaking on this. I just wanted to touch upon the basics and knowing that, our digestive systems are needing to be fed. So I'll leave you here. If there are any questions, I'll be very happy to answer. Yeah, I can get it now. In case if there's any question. I told you, very good. Fast food. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for an engaging and emotionally enriching presentation. The waves truly swept us away. We would like to now break for lunch. The lunch will be served at the foyer area again. Kindly reconvene at 3 p.m. post-lunch for the post-academic sessions. Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. I know it is from hypoglycemic to hyperglycemic now. Now you really want to sleep, but I'm not going to allow you to sleep. Okay, I'm going to talk about EEG neurofeedback, theory, practical, and technical aspect. Now, what is the take-home message that you're going to do now? Research has shown that this particular technology has been, next slide please, has been important in several clinical conditions. When I say that, I do have empirical evidence because from 2007 onwards, we've been carrying out research. We have done 12 PhD. We have done 6 funded projects and several individual cases and MPhil dissertations. So we do, and we have published. The technology has been useful, but also we have incorporated a lot of things along with this technology, both from the holistic perspective. And we have, it is a self-regulated teaching. Like you heard him say, self-regulation with too much of positive feedback, what happens? All this also we have kept in mind, how to reinforce them, what to do during the session. If you look at this training, even a technician with a diploma can administer neurofeedback. Why should a clinical psychologist administer? Is because you take care of cognition, emotion, and behavior. And when to give that reinforcement, when to withdraw that reinforcement, how to see that the individual engages in the task is what your role is. Okay, and it is a non-invasive technique. There is absolutely no side effects. But what we have noticed, we do prepare the individuals in the first 5 sessions, since the brain activities are used to functioning at a particular amplitude and frequency. You heard Afsar talking about amplitude and frequency. Sometimes the count where alpha should be between 8 to 12, it can be below 8 or above 12. So what happens? The individual is learned to live in that amplitude and frequency. When I introduce neurofeedback, there is dysregulation that is happening. So a person suffering from a clinical condition, it can aggravate. That first few sessions, the person may become, if it is irritability, the irritability can increase. If the sad feelings are there, that can increase. When the significant others come and tell me, after this 2 sessions of neurofeedback, it is worse, he is worsened or she is worsened. In fact, I tell the significant others, I'm very happy, I say. They wonder, why am I saying very happy? I said, this particular technology is working in this individual. Otherwise, they won't have these kind of side effects if it is not working. So that is what we have noticed. And then what happens after 2 to 3 sessions, you can see the graph going up. They start showing improvement. And it is a guided tour that we take with the individuals, how from a 2-minute, in severe cases, we may just fix the electrodes. That may take us more time, but the training may be just for 2 minutes, 40 minutes. Once we know that the person is concentrating, person is attending to the task, we know that it is also having an impact on the activities of daily living. And then we see the person improving. If any one of this doesn't happen, there's something wrong in what we are doing. In fact, the attrition risk is very low with neurofeedback. I was checking with Sukanya, I was checking with Afsar. They said, no, once they come, they complete the session, 20 session, and then they go back, because you see the changes very quickly. It's not like psychotherapy. It's not that I'm putting down psychotherapy or behavior therapy. I am also a proponent of psychotherapy in big way and behavior therapy, because I know these are the therapies which work in individuals. But that quick changes that you see is in neurofeedback, and which the patients report to you. After coming here, I have seen so much of changes. Of course, we prepare them to see the micro changes that they notice. It's not magic that we do. Many times the significant others will come and tell us, no, he's the same. I said, what is the same? Suppose they say, I ask overall how much percentage you will say that he's improved. No, he's the same. I said, what is the, if there is any changes that you have seen, then you break it down and ask them the questions. They will say, yeah, nowadays he's sitting and watching TV for more than 10 minutes. Then when you ask them, don't you think that's an improvement after coming here? That is when they realize, yes, this is an improvement that I should have noticed. So you will have to, unsaid this, prepare the significant others to see the changes, the micro changes, and give that kind of reinforcement. See, the patient is sitting, the significant other is sitting, he's the same. Now, what motivation will the patient have? I've come here for 5-10 sessions, and my significant others, my mother is saying I'm the same. Say the mother says, no, I have seen that he's doing this, which he was not doing. The motivation is much higher in the patient. All right. This is the take-home message. early history. I'm just going to skip all this, which is also available for you to see. Richard Canton, who started this in 1875, and then Hans Berger, where he did the human scalp EEG and discovered several types of EEG. History of sensory motor rhythm neurofeedback. I'll tell you a small story about how neurofeedback started. In 1960s, the Mercury astronauts were flying over Pacific. Now, what happened while they were in the aircraft? It was at a height. From there, they started waving from the aircraft. And when people asked them, why are you doing this? I can see my natives down there. In reality, you could not see anybody from that height. So they thought, the person sitting in the aircraft thought that these people are hallucinating. So they came down and they discussed, why are these Mercury astronauts doing this? Is rocket fuel playing a role on this, on their brain? We need to carry out some studies. So they contacted Jordan Alice. Now, this Jordan Alice was the inventor of so many chemicals. And one of the medication that he invented was amphetamine. And he also had a habit of taking these chemicals, testing it on himself. In that pursuit, one chemical he took and he passed away. So this project was discussed with him to see what is the effect of rocket fuel on the brain of the individuals. Now, Jordan Alice along with Fairchild, two people were already thinking of doing this study to see the effect of rocket fuel. Now, this Fairchild was left with this project. Meanwhile, what happened was Barry Sternman was carrying out one small experiment with cats. He took 10 cats and started giving sensory motor rhythm training. That is in the middle of the head where you give sensory motor rhythm for the cats. When Fairchild contacted him and said, we want to see the effect of rocket fuel on the human brain, what is the effect? So they took up the study. Now what they did was, they brought another 40 cats along with Sternman cat and injected a small dosage of rocket fuel in these 40 cats, 50 cats, including Sternman cats, which underwent training. The results showed 40 cats had immediate seizures. 7 cats had delayed seizure, 3 cats had no seizure. Now, when they went back and inspected, they found that Sternman's 10 cats were the one who had delayed seizure and 3 did not have seizure. Now, they replicated this study on monkeys and then on human beings, and it is published in very high impact journal. And today, they know that this technology works and no looking back. All right. This is the story that how neurofeedback, so that is why he's called the father of neurofeedback, Barry Sternman. So if you look at, many times we mistake it with biofeedback. In fact, before I started a lab in NIMHANS, my professor time and again would ask me, give me a difference between biofeedback and neurofeedback. Give me research evidence for both of this. So much so, she wouldn't believe that it is different from biofeedback. So I had to download a lot of articles, which also paved way for my understanding also. I think somebody does that. I think it is important that we also put in a lot of effort in reading. So biofeedback is more of physiological aspects which picks up the heart rate variability, the skin conduction, temperature, respiration, muscles, everything. Whereas neurofeedback, the word neuro itself means it is brain. So it is a technology which is used to understand the brain function. All right. So, like we do physical exercise to keep ourselves fit, neurofeedback is a technology to keep your brain fit. Why I say this is because many of our Olympic players take this technology, this training. Our Abhinav Bindra, who won the gold medal, has taken 250 sessions of neurofeedback training, where for focused attention. In fact, when I went for training, first thing my supervisor said was, you have to take this training in order to appreciate it in others. And I can tell you, I did have migraine, and I was a very, very anxious person. I don't know if it is the age that has brought my anxiety down, or is it, of course, definitely neurofeedback helped me in migraine. Research says 5 sessions of neurofeedback keeps migraine at bay. So this is the kind of, understanding that came about. And then we said, after the you get trained, what do you do? How do you work it out? So many things, many questions were unanswered for me when I got the training. I questioned many a times within myself, and then I would go back. So once we finished that, I came back here. I did not open it up for clinical use. We said, yes, brain is the same, whether it is a Western brain or an Indian brain, it's the same. The function is the same, the structure is the same. But what is that makes us very different is our culture. Does that have a role? I wanted to see. So we started off as a research in 2007. Till 2012, we did not open it up for as a clinical intervention. We did research. The first level which we did was we just gave neurofeedback, same clinical group. It was the TBI and alcohol dependent individuals. We said, we'll just give neurofeedback to one group, and treatment as usual, who are there in the wards, they get other treatments, but no neurofeedback. We did see some changes. Yes, 80 to 85% with neurofeedback, patients improved. The second level, we wanted to see the neurochemical changes, the electrophysiological changes. What is that changes that can bring about? We did see there were neurochemical changes, cognitive changes, behavioral changes. This we did both in TBI and ADS. After that, when Afsar joined, I wanted to see the structural changes. How is it after giving neurofeedback in TBI, is there any other changes that, and we did see the changes, and he did it in both two types of intervention. One is a cognitive retraining and one is the neurofeedback. Strangely, we did see the results. Some cognitive retraining improved individuals, but not in the same areas as neurofeedback. So that was a finding which paved way to understand, yes, even structurally, we can see some changes in the individual. So as I told you, this is based on plasticity. Brain is plastic. It can learn, it can change, it can improve, and it can heal. Next. Yeah, next slide. Next. I think I should be very conscious about that. Next one. Yeah. I spoke about the next previous one. Yeah. This is based on Hebb's principle, Donald Hebb, who said, the more you fire, the more it gets wired. It is exactly the same principle neurofeedback follows. Like somebody said in the morning that our yogis and all, you were the one who said they had followed this years and years back. Yes, our yogis did neurofeedback. They would do this alpha training, but it is based on the line of meditation. But not all of us can meditate. Can you all meditate? Even 5 minutes, we can't think, we just sit still without thinking. So this is a technology which will help you in the line of meditation. Our yogis practiced. In fact, Thomas Edison, during his invention, he followed neurofeedback. See, what he would do, I believe, he'll once he's stuck with that his experiments, he'll get into his room, sit on the recliner, and he'll place 2 iron balls on his hand and sit down. Why? If that iron ball falls, he knows he's sleeping. So he wanted to be awake and think for this to get a solution for his experiments. So he will sit with big iron balls on his both his hands and sit down so that he doesn't sleep but to think. So the similar principle, this is the alpha theta training. He's relaxing as well as thinking about what he should do in the experiment. So that, imagine those days he followed neurofeedback. Now it's come as a technology. So what is neurofeedback? So it is also called, it is a same thing, neurotherapy, operant biofeedback, neurotherapy, many things they call. It is a real time changes that you can notice as and when the patients do this training. Why I say this? There is a therapist monitor, there is a patient monitor. In therapist monitor, you will see the EEG, which Afsar spoke in at length. He made it very simple, actually. So you will see the EEG pattern that is happening, whereas the patient will get a task which he has to perform. So why neurofeedback as against pharmacotherapy? It is accurate and non-invasive monitoring. There is absolutely, it is a non-invasive technique. And you can diagnose and you can track the progress of the individual. You will eliminate the adverse effects and toxicities which is induced due to medication, and sustained therapeutic benefit because of the healing through self-regulation. So relapse is very less. Okay? As against talk therapy, now even the research is going on. I in fact wanted to do it in EMHANS. In couples therapy, what they do is make the couple sit and place electrodes similar. The connection, it's not on one person, but on 2 people. And they ask them to regulate it, the task together. And they have found that they improve as a couple. So that is the way. And also what is happening in, they do an MRI, they do fMRI, they do with real-time neurofeedback. They put the person inside and they do neurofeedback and monitor which are the areas that it is impacting. So that is the kind of, but in India, it may be a little difficult because it costs a lot. One session itself, it is between 5 to 10,000. So they say 5 sessions of neurofeedback is good enough to do this MRI compatible neurofeedback real time. So that is where it is. And also it helps us to uncover unresolved issues and subsequently use it for the neurofeedback sessions. What does it mean? This is how it is. Next. Yeah. So the brainwave is translated both either in a visual modality or in an auditory or combined. For example, if the person doesn't like too much of noise, we give only visual, or we give both, depending on the clinician's choice. Informed consent, you have to ask, would you want to do both, or would you like to just remain doing just visual or auditory? And this is how it is. What we do is, how do we understand it is dysfunctional? You are supposed to be concentrating, you're not concentrating. You're supposed to be alert, you're not alert. Now, alpha wave is known for relaxation, superior intelligence. Theta wave is a cognitive wave, creative wave, imaginative wave. Now, I am giving, there is a review article which says alpha theta training helps in several clinical conditions. So, what we do is alpha, yes, for any kind of clinical condition, relaxation plays a very important role. Once I'm relaxed, I'm able to attend. So, what we do is we give a contradictory instruction. I'm telling you to relax, and I'm also asking you to concentrate on a task. Now, when the patients have literally struggle, that first 5 sessions, they really struggle. Madam, I'm able to relax, but I'm not able to concentrate. I'm able to concentrate, but I'm not able to relax. I tell them, it's okay, don't worry. You do how much ever you can. The beauty of the brain is, it is known as the crossover effect. It picks up. Oh, I'm supposed to be doing this. Slowly, the patients understand and say, yes, I have to be relaxed. I have to do the task. And you can see the way their graphs go up over the next few sessions. And they've mastered it. By the 10th, 15th session, they've mastered it. They are able to concentrate and they're able to do the task. So then we discovered what is this effect? So we realized this is the crossover effect. Yes, I'm relaxing. At the same time, I'm also picking up that this task has to be completed. Now, in real life, that's what happens with us. We are anxious, but at the same time, we have to accomplish. Now, if brain is able to do that, we are at our best. Some amount of anxiety is required to do well in life. Beyond a certain level, you cannot function. That becomes a disorder. Okay, so what happens in a dysregulated brain? There may be some brain waves embedded in some parts of the brain which is not required. Or there may be less waves in a place where a lot of activities that require your input. So you see this, and how do you pick it up? We need to understand, give some tests, outcome measures, say for example, anxiety, depression. Now, there are scales. So as a baseline, you need to administer, understand what is the profile, do some cognitive assessments, understand, do some quality of life scale. This is all baseline. You have some kind of a profile. And in NIMHANS, what we do, we also do the visual analog scale. We take it from the parents, we take it from significant others, we take it from the patient also. And every 5 sessions, what we do is we go back on the symptoms that they have rated. If the rating is the same or not changed, then there's something wrong with the way you are administering. You have not address the issues which the patient is undergoing. Or, as I told you in the morning itself, that the significant others expect some magic to happen. So they want some evident changes. They fail to reinforce the micro changes. So this is actually, it gives you a lot of information, which is very good. It is not used internationally. This is the protocol that we have devised in the MANS, so that it gives the therapist also some very good information. Now I have to do this. Why is this person shown in behavior so much of improvement, not in cognition? Is a question in this visual analog scale. Then what you do, is it that we are not giving enough cognitive stimulation to this person, is what we need to ask. Okay, but by and large, till any kind of the entire 20 sessions is completed, I do not introduce any kind of structured therapy or training. We will be addressing holistically, but with significant others, yes. For example, wife has some issues, and that is, playing a role on the patient. And she is actually bringing out her frustration on the patient. In such cases, we take them for therapy. Actually, it is just not the patient alone. It is the entire family. Many a times, children, what happened because they neglect, there is some neurological condition, they ignore the children, they get into severe problems, which has an effect on both the parents. So we will take care of that. Marital issues, sexual issues, everything as a clinical psychologist, you must be perceptive about. Okay. What can be done? So yes, you heard Afsar speak about it. Look at this. This is the cap that is ready-made available. It is made of next. Sorry. Yeah, this is the cap that is available, which is there. But this is a little cumbersome because if you're giving 1 or 2 channel training, like Afsar said, this will be the reference and this will be the ground. So if you are giving even 1 channel training, there'll be 4 electrodes that you need to fix. If you're giving 2 channel training, there is 5 electrodes that is to be fixed. That is because of the reference and the ground. This is the reference and ground. And if you don't have, cap, how do you measure where to fix? So it is known as a 10-20 system. This is the next, please. It's made of precious metal, this electrodes. Yeah, next one. So this is the 10-20 system. It is represented by an alphabet and a number. Okay, the alphabet is frontal, parietal, temporal, central. Okay. So what happens is, it's called the 10-20 international system. Now, how do you measure this 10-20? From the reference point to the middle of the head is 20. Half of it would be 10. So same way behind half. Everywhere you can measure it and place the electrodes. I'll talk about each of those number, when do you have to choose all that. So this is the 10-20. If you have a cap, nothing like it. Now all the dry caps have come, so you needn't put some gel or anything. You just can buy the caps and fix it. So how it works? Look at the neurofeedback equipment. That is the neurofeedback equipment. How small it is and what magic it does. Okay, EEG signals for the therapist. Next. And this is connected to the neurofeedback. And then there is a task displayed on the screen. All right. This is how it is. How a person is sitting with the electrodes. Actually, the one which is the back is facing the computer. That's a therapist computer there. And this person is doing the working on the task. There are several tasks which the service provider itself will give you. And what you need to understand is it which task I should use is based on the person's interest. Okay. So the brain waves, we've heard about amplitude, we've heard about the frequency, we've heard about the power. So I'm just going to skip all that. So it's measured in, height is measured in. I'm going to ask now questions. Frequency is measured in. It's there on the screen. But I'm going to ask you. Okay. So as I think Afsar did mention about the waves. There's delta wave, theta wave, alpha wave, beta wave, and gamma wave. Now, if you look at the points from 0 to 4, delta wave. Okay. Now, theta wave from 4 to 7. Now, what will happen is, whatever the symptom the person has, it will be usually the sleep disorder in delta wave. Now, what can happen is that can also spill over to theta wave because it's still 4. It's not gone to 5. You understand? So the symptom is still existing in the person, that sleep problem is there, but predominantly the person is having cognitive issues, creative issues, imaginative issues, all these issues the person is having. So I will take it as the person is suffering from the theta wave problem, not a delta wave. Okay, so that is how, if you see again from alpha 8 to 12, then beta 12 to 30, and gamma. Why gamma we don't target is because it is spread across the brain. It is not in one area. If you see alpha, it is embedded in the posterior area. If you see the cognitive functions is deteriorated, it is more to do with the prefrontal cortex. So we know these, for example, ADHD, we give beta training because the person is pretty active. So we have to bring down their activity, their impulsivity. All these symptoms we have to target. Okay. So look at this delta wave. This wave, next. You can keep clicking on that. Yeah. No. So this is the delta wave. It's a sleep wave. That is why children sleep, their wake time is very less as compared to sleep time. If you see the newborn infants, they're all the time sleeping. Now, Afsar did give you why they sleep so much. Because new things are getting developed in their brain. They have not seen color, face, nothing. So that sleep helps them to develop this. Okay. And you see this in many of the clinical conditions also. They'll come back and tell you they're sleeping more. Now, don't give them the alpha wave training. They will sleep even more. Okay, so these are some of the, and it is a regenerative. Next one. Theta, a most important wave. Keep clicking on that. Yeah, theta. Next, previous one. Yeah. So this wave is a very important wave in any clinical conditions. Remember, if brain is involved, cognition becomes the integral part of the disease. Behavior becomes the integral part of the disease. Emotion becomes integral part of the disease. Though environment also contributes, but predominantly the brain plays an important role. So when having said that, we should also understand what is that I'm going to give the training for. Okay. In this stage, if they come and say they're sleeping very less, then you should remember it is the theta wave that is important. And it is more an internal focus than an external. You focus on yourself. You understand, I do have this problem. I'm not able to concentrate. I'm not able to attend. I'm not able to continue my conversation. These are all internally you understand. This way will help you to do that. And more or less a trance state you are in. Okay? Alpha wave. It is also for superior intelligence. Next one, please. See if I have anything more in that. Click. Yeah. It is predominantly for relaxation and readiness. Yes, I have to do this. I have to be relaxed. At the same time, I know I have to do this. And it is also a superior intelligent way. When people are relaxed and doing things, you should know they are also very intelligent. And only then you can achieve it. If you're relaxed and you're concentrating, okay? And most of our yogis practice this for meditation. Beta. Next one. Yeah. This is very, very useful in ADHD children. We have devised a protocol and we have seen significant improvement in ADHD children, moderate to severe ADHD. And this was a PhD thesis where we did it on 20 ADHD, the 40 ADHD children, 20 got neurofeedback training, 20 did not get neurofeedback training. And today, my psychiatrist, child psychiatrist, is more a proponent of neurofeedback than medication. But what you also should remember, these were all children with a stable medication, because I did not want to withdraw the medication. Because if that can have an adverse effect, then the research will fall flat. So what I did was I took the psychiatrist, I asked the person to maintain a stable dose of medication on all children, including this children treatment as usual children. Now, one group got neurofeedback, one group did not get neurofeedback. Now, we saw such a significant improvement with neurofeedback. Today, out of 5, they say 4 is neurofeedback, 3 is cognitive behavior therapy, 2 is medication. So that is where we stand today. And there are several articles which has come up, and even our article is published. And most cited is our article in this ADHD, because many of the children now we are, of course, with this children, it doesn't stop with 20 sessions. As a clinician, you will have to take a call how many more sessions the child needs. We have kept it as a uniform of 40 sessions with these children, where they came alternate days and they did it. Now, this was the wave that we targeted, beta wave, because it plays an important role in attention. It is externally oriented, relaxed, yet they are focused and reflecting before acting, because these children have impulsivity also, and thinking. This wave facilitates all this. So beta theta wave, we gave this children, which is in the middle, it is embedded. This is where you find beta theta. C4, C3 is the number. Then we gave this, and definitely the children, now we have follow-up. Now they've all gone to college because she did it a long time back. And usually children with ADHD untreated they have this encounter with law. They turn out to be psychopaths. So these children are doing well. Some 6 children, I think we are following it up. All right. Gamma, as I told you, it is across the scalp. You will find this gamma wave. So you don't target, it is a binding wave. So you don't target gamma and give training. You will target alpha, beta, theta, or sensory motor rhythm. Okay. This is the fastest wave. Okay. And if you do an EEG, you will see in high functioning individual, this gamma wave is very, very prominent. And in peak concentration, especially people who are playing chess, where you have to have so much of attention paid to the task that you're doing, gamma wave will be reflecting. Risks, there's none. As far as I think 16 years we've worked. Yeah, 2006, 20 years. 20 years, we have not seen anybody coming back and saying that this has, except that one, I still remember one child who was on medication. She did not tell her husband that she's bringing for neurofeedback, ADHD child. And for some reason, I do not know why we did not take the medication history. We started the neurofeedback, the child wasn't. Now, the mother was so upset how to go back and tell the father that I'm taking him for the training. And he wouldn't sit even for a second. He would just run around and break things. Then I took him to the psychiatrist. He started reducing the dosage over a period of time. And then I stopped neurofeedback. Once his medication was stabilized, we started giving him. Of course, I do not know, because she did not reveal to us what happened in the family, whether she told the husband, did not tell the husband. So these are some things which you need. If you do not understand the technology, you don't understand the theoretical aspect, you can do more harm than good to the patient. Let me tell you that much. And that is why training is very, very essential. Okay. What we also realized, if you see the Western way of administering, they either do it every day or they will do it alternate days based on how the patients want it. But I realized when we were doing research, a person who does every day did not show much of an improvement as against people who did alternate days. So we realize it takes some time to conceptualize because it's a brain wave training, electrical changes you're bringing in. You can't just keep bombarding one after another. Patients don't improve, okay? And also we termed turbulence in the brain. Why do we call it turbulence in the brain? In aircraft, if you go, if there is weather change, what happens? The aircraft, they say there is a turbulence. So same way, when you introduce this training, a wave which was functioning, say an alpha wave, which was about 6 or 7, now you're introducing it to become 8 to 12 now. There is a change that you introduced in the brain. There is this fight where it goes on up and down. And that settles. Very quickly, it settles. Next one. No, previous one. Yeah. No. Yeah. How can EEG be used in therapy and training? Next one. So the brain wave is translated, next one, into feedback in real time. Many a times, patients are very happy to see the scores. They do a right way. For example, there is a dolphin swimming in the lake. Now you're telling the patient, take the dolphin to hit the ball. Each time, there is no stylus, there is no keyboard. Through their mind, they'll have to move the dolphin, looking at the screen. If the person is not attentive, it becomes blurred. If the person is attentive, the dolphin moves. If they concentrate a little more, it moves faster. And the target is that it has to hit the ball. The minute it hits the ball, there is a score reflecting on the screen. It is okay for people who are not very anxious. People who are anxious, what happens? Their target is to see the score. Now, as a clinician, you have to take a call. Should the score be reflected, not reflected? If it is inducing anxiety through the session, why should you keep the score? So what we do, we cover the scores. End of the session, we tell them, you've got about 400 points today. Can you do it a little better tomorrow? That is how, once their anxiety is taken control of, then you can introduce the score system. Otherwise, they'll worsen. And then you don't know what to do after that. Oh, every day he's sitting and telling, I didn't get score. And they go back also saying that I didn't do very well in my session. Okay, so these are some of the clinicians. I'm sure Afsar also will speak about it. So this is how it looks. There is a therapist screen. There is a patient screen where the patient is doing the task without any keyboard, stylus, nothing. The therapist is looking at the task and the EEG pattern. Okay. So how do you train them? As I told you, it is important for a clinical psychologist to do this because every time the patient will sleep, alpha is known for relaxation. The minute you give alpha wave training, you will see patients sleeping in the room. So a clinician should sit next to them and say, concentrate, do this, very good, you have done. No, you have not done, please concentrate. You know, that kind of involvement, the very fact a clinician gets involved in the training, you see a very good. It's like a placebo, you know. Okay, somebody is monitoring me. Otherwise, they're going to sleep and you go and pull out the electrodes and say, okay, goodbye. You will not see much of improvement. So this is how it is. These are all some depiction that we have put in, how you go about what you do. Okay, very good. Now you got the reward. You know, that kind of things. It is important to have somebody to tell us, yes, I've done right, I have not done right. Okay. So reward is the feedback in neurofeedback. So which means it can be in the form of a task. This is just again the repetition of how you give for attention or any kind of a task that you're asking the patient to do. Look at this. This is the task. Next one, please. Next one. Yeah. Look, this is the task. Look at the picture at the third one. If you don't concentrate on the first picture and move the boxes, it will not move at all. You have to be relaxed. You have to be concentrating and the picture will come. So like this, we have several tasks. Now in NIMHANS, what we are doing is we are looking at the clinical conditions, and I think it's come, Sundar has done some 4 or 5, something he has done. He's from IIT BITS Pilani. So what he has done is he's a cognitive neuroscientist. So he has helped us to do it culture-based, you know, some tasks, so that even for illiterates, it makes sense. So not these kind of pictures, maybe a lady carrying a basket, or, you know, we have kept the amplitude, frequency, power, everything same. And we are doing it for our Indian population. So we have done work in several clinical conditions. We have empirical evidence. And how do we do? Somebody asked me, how do you go about doing this? First and foremost, we tell them this is an equipment-based training, intervention, whatever. So when a patient comes, we do the clinical interview, we take the detailed history, we do the symptom rating, and we do outcome scales. It can be cognition, behavior, and emotion that we address. We do have a baseline. And then need be a midterm assessment also we will do, or it will be the pre and post assessment. We also do the QEEG because we do have a lab with EEG. We have EEG, FNIAS, we have EEG neurofeedback. We have all labs in NIMHANS. So we also do the QEEG and then we give the neurofeedback training. Typically, we start off with 30 minutes, but depending on the patient's attention, we will see that if the patient can attend 5 minutes, we'll give them only 3 minutes training. Over a period of time, we'll increase the time and the task also will be given accordingly. So how it works? Self-regulation, I think Afsar also spoke in the morning, how slowly the brain learns to engage in new ways of feedback, and it reaches a regulated state where even the relapse is very rare. We see, I have not seen anybody coming with relapse unless, for example, they had head injury, that person has become an alcoholic today. Then again, the brain plays an important role. They don't come back. Attrition risk is very low in these with this training as compared to other forms of therapy. And recording becomes easier. Feedbacks become very easier. I can have these charts and say, see, you did yesterday like this. Today you've done like this. Can you improve tomorrow? You know, that kind of an objective way of sharing our feedback is very, very useful. So there are several things that we have done. There are some of the articles that is available. You can see that how cognitive rehabilitation in traumatic brain injury using these neurofeedback has shown significant improvement. This is a review article. Then again, you see rehabilitation and communicative abilities in patients, that there is an article. Today, many of the research, if you see, but of course, they have used not a huge sample, unlike our studies, like Afsar study was 30-30, yours was 30, 20-20, 30. We have taken a big sample where statistically you can analyze and say whether it is significant or not. Then, of course, the how the storytelling techniques and how fMRI has been used in these individuals with neurofeedback, that is also there. And Niman's experience, this is he will talk about his study tomorrow, but definitely we saw a lot of changes, structural changes with Afsar's study, where he did neurofeedback as well as cognitive retaining. And till today, I think the improvement has been sustained, and he also had a follow-up, and the people did show improvement. And this is again one more study by where we saw this two cases where we saw significant structural changes in individuals after neurofeedback training. This is one of the writing sample. Next one, please. Of a child who came. This was a ADHD child who came, who was finding it difficult to write. After 20 sessions of our neurofeedback, the child's handwriting itself improved. And of course, we have several research that we carried out. It is available on ResearchGate as well as in Google Scholar. Please read these articles. And I can tell you today, as technology has made inroads into psychology, I think we also need to make, impact by using this. And one bottom line is get trained before you use. That is where we will take the technology to a different level, and also it will get sustained. Otherwise, you do some mistake, the technology falls. So truly, EEG neurofeedback is an emerging hope in very many clinical conditions. Empirical studies have been carried out even in India, keeping in all the aspects in mind from the holistic perspective, where we look at psychosocial factors, the cultural problems, the education, occupation, name it, we have kept all this. And it was an homogeneous group that we took and did the study. But when a person individually comes, we tailor make the protocol. We don't give what is existing, like the research, because the problems that I face is not what you face. So keeping all that in mind, we also tailor make the protocols. I like this quote. And while it is true that the human race has advanced from the era of brawn to one of brain, the man with scattered mind and wounded brain now has a reason of hope. He now has a future that transcends mere survival. And I think it's very true with neurofeedback. So as I told you, Duffy said, if medicine had made this effect, it would have gone far and wide. This doesn't generate money, so it is still not reached even in our country. Next one. So today, neuroscience and mental health may be on the verge of whole new era. I would just like to quote an example, how excited I was. I was just going to my department. One illiterate person came to me and said, Madam, I want to go to a doctor because I have this problem of anxiety, depression, he said. I was going to direct him towards OPD. He said in Kannada, where he said, I don't want doctor who will give me medicine. I want doctor who can talk to me. You do not know the excitement that I went to. I grabbed that man and took him to the department and told one of my faculty, please, for whatever he is worth, you just have a session with him. I think if an illiterate rural background can understand that psychology is an important subject. I think we all need to take it very scientifically. I'll request all the young ones, the torchbearers of tomorrow, please do your research, understand whatever you're doing, give a little time to understand the concept, the theory, and then do it the right way. And I can tell you, we can grow leaps and bounds. Thank you all so much. And I definitely would like to thank many, many people in the lab. These are my PhD scholars. These are my postdoctoral scholars. There are a lot of them who came with MTech, cognitive neuroscience people. That's how they helped this technology grow. The previous one. Yeah, these are some of my other people who worked with me from different departments, from neurology, neurosurgery, neuroanesthesia. All these people contributed in a big way for the development of this neurofeedback lab. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah. Can you be a little louder, ma? So what we do is, when they come itself, we tell them a minimum of 20 sessions. We don't say maximum of 20 sessions. A minimum of 20 sessions is required. You may improve after 10 sessions. You may improve after 15 sessions, but it is important to conceptualize and stay stable. So you need to complete 20 sessions. So once you give that feedback, that information to the patients, they realize, yes, they're improving, but they've not improved to that 100%. So that is where these people realize that even their reading habits improve. What they were doing pre-morbidly improves. The significant others start telling them, you have improved so well. So that is the motivation for them. In fact, many a times we see patients, I'm sure Afsar will share, they'll come back and tell you, give me another 20 sessions. Even if they have improved 100%, they will say, please give another. They think they can do better because we talk about Abhinav Bindra, we talk about Olympic players, we talk about peak performance. So they think they want to do much better. In some cases, we have yielded maybe booster 10 more sessions we've given. But by and large, by 20, you can see them stabilizing. See, that kind of recording you will not get in psychotherapy. See, because today you're addressing some issue, tomorrow the person comes with a newer issue. Now, do you continue with the issue that you addressed, or you're going to address the new issue? Here, there is a task performance, which is addressing the electrical activity of the brain, along with which, if they have an issue, we address it at not at a deeper level, but at a superficial level, so that they're able to go back and resolve those issues. Louder, ma. That mic is not working. Because everybody also should hear what kind of questions you're asking.
I don't know if you mentioned, or maybe I missed, is there a particular inclusivity criteria for the neurofeedback work?
Nothing. There's nothing as delineated this person should get, this person should not get. We take care of medication because some medications can, have counter effect on neurofeedback training because it's an electrical activity of the brain. So what we do is, to be on the safer side, we take the clinicians and we ask them to evaluate. And if there is any kind of risks that is there, we will defer it till they stabilize.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Ma'am, my question is that so far we have talked about neurofeedback as a treatment for mental health disorders. Now, probably this is related to widening the scope of neurofeedback to enhancing already existing competencies that a person has in terms of say, for example, organizational settings, because you mentioned peak performance and, enhancing the capability, not in a clinical setting, but rather in an organizational setting where, the kind of world is changing with AI and automation and all these things, where, very fast change, real change and a fast change is required, and adaptability has to be very high. So I'm trying to understand if neurofeedback does it have the scope of enhancing already existing competencies in people?
Big yes to it.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these organizations have started, keeping this neurofeedback in their organizations, and during their free time, people go and take this training.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Is it being done in
it
India
is,
as well?
India, I think only Aziz Premji have asked me
Okay.
to do it, but otherwise, not many of them know about this technology. That's
Right.
the see in them hands. We don't have this, some advertisements or
Okay.
we
Yeah.
don't do it. Is by word of mouth only.
Right. Right.
So probably all of you can get trained, and even in your organizations you can do this peak performance training. And if
Right.
you see the literature on peak performance, please go read this
Yes, I will.
articles.
Yeah.
You will see so many people have benefited.
Right.
And I think I'm one of the great beneficiary of neurofeedback,
Right. Right.
because we all have to undergo training before we give it to others.
And what about educational settings?
Education, we have done it in 10th standard students and
Right,
12th
that's what I
standard
was going to
students.
ask. Yeah.
And their stress levels came down significantly, and they performed very well in their exams.
I think same can be done for the competitive
Yes, yes, yes.
exams as
So
well.
it is useful for everybody, that I
Right.
can tell you.
Right.
But then the question is, you will have to do it systematically.
Yes, of
It is.
course, of course. And how expensive
It
would
is
it be
expensive.
for
It
organizations
depends.
to adopt?
It depends on what you really want to do. There are one channel, there are two channel. You
Right,
can go
right.
up to 128 channel.
Right.
In the man's, what I am doing is more because of research also, and
Right.
we have 5 equipments.
Right.
And then that costs, my cost is about 35 to 50 lakhs.
Right.
But you can get it within 10 to 15 lakhs, this
Right.
equipment,
Right.
and get trained, and you can administer it.
Right, right. One second.
Sorry, my question is about age. As we mentioned, the school children. So, what age do you start?
Five. See, the minute they understand what you're giving, that is the age you can start.
Hi, ma'am. I had a question regarding the channel system that you mentioned. So, I am Mamta. I'm a clinical psychologist. I've been associated with a clinic called Mindful TMS Neurocare for past 1 year, and we've been using neurofeedback. But our neurofeedback is a 5-channel electrode system, and I was thinking about the efficacy of, let's say, a 14-channel or a 16-channel system. So, what would be, let's
No.
say,
See, what 2-channel can do, 14-channel doesn't give you that kind of a significant difference.
right?
Because though you're addressing alpha and theta, you get reading for all the waves.
Right.
Through the EEG, you will look at it. See, the only thing is you should be very well versed with it. Like, Afsar broke it down to a very simple way. But
Yeah.
the truth is, you read more of it, you get too confused what is happening. Okay. But this
Right.
is just for understanding. We have given you that EEG. EEG itself is a lot of training that one needs to undergo. And
Right.
then EEG neurofeedback. Why am I giving it in this site and not in this site? That is a bigger question than fixing the electrodes. If you do it wrongly, for example, an ADHD child, you give theta in the posterior area, the child will worsen.
Right. Ma'am, so the 5-channel electrode that we are using, that the clinic,
You do only 2 active
there is no
channels.
posterior channel, and there is just, 2.
Posterior, you will have to decide, ma.
No, ma'am, it just targets the prefrontal cortex, because the headset is
No,
only targeting the frontal.
Don't use the headset, just use the electrodes.
Right, right.
Mm.
So,
You can't just do straight away prefrontal training. that requires a lot of understanding of the prefrontal functions.
Right.
Isn't it? If you straight away start that without giving any kind of alpha theta training, then the person is not going to improve.
No, ma'am, I'm not the one giving. It's a doctor from AIMS. I'm not the. There is a psychiatrist taking care of it. We just practice along with
I
him.
could say you should take care of it.
Right.
Because you know better the functions of the brain, the structures of the brain, and how to administer for psychosocial components, you know, psychotherapy, you know. I think you should be taking over and doing it. For which I
So,
think
ma'am, my question was basically there is one active electrode, and rest are for the one is the
Ground
reference.
and
Yes,
reference.
ground and reference. So I am saying if there are let's say a 14 channel or a 2 active electrode system like you were saying, is it more effective? That's
no.
Okay.
I'm saying no.
Okay.
You don't fix too many electrodes.
Right.
Just fix 2 active channel and 2 reference and 1 ground.
All
5
right.
channel is good enough. And over and above, you see that there are other issues which is lingering after 20 sessions. Change the site. For example, you're doing at the posterior area, you're doing for alpha theta. Now there is more of cognitive issues that is remaining. Come to the frontal area.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Trance state induced by neurofeedback.
And you can say the trance state including for the theta wave. Okay. So if we are inducing that trance wave by using hypnosis and the person is getting by this neurofeedback.
We are not inducing trance state. It is a trance state, I said. It is, we are not using training to induce trance state.
Basically, the
No.
keeping the person for a theta wave.
We are improving that theta wave. That theta wave is one of the function is trance state.
Okay.
And like cognition. So what happens is a person who is not even able to relax for some time is able to do it with the theta training.
Okay.
It's not comparison with hypnosis.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ma'am, I wanted to ask if there has been in the literature, has there been any significant difference in efficacy for the same condition between a younger person and an older person? Maybe for the same condition for ADHD in a younger person versus an older person.
So right now we are doing with older adults in ADHD. So that will give us an answer. But by and large, because of the age factor and the cognitive decline that happens at the age of from 27 onwards, and if the person is having severe cognitive issues, which is also age related plus the clinical condition, obviously you will see a difference.
Okay.
Anybody else? I think. Anyway, I'm here around. If you have any questions, tomorrow we are having 2 more talks. You can go read up today. So, top it up with your reading because that's when it gets conceptualized. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that intellectually enriching presentation. Hope for the audience, all your theta waves have burst out and now you're in beta activity. So I would now request Professor Dr. Mohammad Afsar sir to continue with the sessions.
A very good evening once again. Again, after a very interactive, very practically oriented conversation, presentation by Dr. Jamuna ma'am, I'm back again with a little bit of theory. So I think we have designed the organizing committee have designed it in such a way that you get to hear somebody very engaging and then you get to hear somebody very boring, like a sandwich. So bear with me for whatever time that I take of yours. Shall I have the first slide, please? Yeah. Now, so it is in the continuation of my previous talk. So we were talking about I ended my conversation with QEG, right? where I said that when you do an EEG of an individual and then you find out that compared to the normative database that you have, this person is showing too much of alpha or this person is showing too little of delta, and it could be anything, right? So we term it as abnormality. We term that this person's EEG is very much deviated from the oh, huh? आवाज नहीं है आपको आवाज नहीं है okay no she's saying that अच्छा okay if I'm audible the online parts okay fine yeah so once the EEG abnormalities have been identified, what is to be done? Next slide, please. Next slide. Keep going, please. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. So obviously, once you have identified certain abnormalities, certain problems with the EEG, the obvious answer is that we need to correct it, because the idea is that if the EEG is not, as per the norm, the deviation will be leading to some sort of symptoms, right? So we want to correct it. How do we correct it? It is related with the brain. So one is the pharmacological way, but then Madam discussed about the adverse effect and the problems associated with the pharmacotherapy. The other is the non-pharmacological way, right? Whatever is non-pharmacological, finally, we basically term it as we are trying to train something. We are trying to train an individual. We are trying to train an animal. Similarly, we are trying to train the brain to heal itself. Okay, whenever we talk about training, we are equating it with learning, and we know that these theory of learning. Neurofeedback primarily is associated with one of the very major form of learning known as operant conditioning. Madam has already, talked about that. So I will be going further. Next slide. Again, there was a long held belief that physiological activity cannot be brought under one's voluntary control, because if you want to train something, they have to have a control over it. Okay, I can take it up, I can take it down, I can increase it, I can decrease it. But then there was a long held belief that physiological activity, for example, breathing rate, for example, heart rate variability, EEG, they cannot be brought under one's voluntary control. But Madam shared a very beautiful story about Barry Sturman, the cat's experiment, which basically challenged this long held belief. Next slide, please. Which basically, next slide. Yeah. Which challenged the whole understanding that no, even the very uh, involuntary aspect of human functioning, the physiological activity can also be brought into one's conscious control, can be brought under one's learning, right? So I'm not going to talk about this because you've heard the story in a very interesting manner. I will take it forward from here. The thing was that we did understand that how neurofeedback was, brought into the research lab, because it started with the SMR training of the cat. But then the interesting point is that how did it come from the lab to the clinic, right? Next slide, please. So this was at the very same time when Madam said that his, Sturman's findings were published in a paper. And of course, the papers were being read by the audience across the globe. There was somebody by name Joel Luber, who was a clinical psychologist and a researcher at the University of Tennessee, at Tennessee Medical Center. And his work primarily centered on the children with hyperactivity, right? As we all know that before the introduction of DSM-2, this was called as minimal brain damage. So it was understood that there is some sort of brain basis to ADHD, but what it is, maybe it is not, visible on the scans of the brain. So they said there is some damage, but minimal. So that's why it was called as MBD, or minimal brain damage. With the introduction of DSM-2, it was known as hyperkinetic reaction of childhood, and later, we get to see where we have reached now in DSM-5. However, his work was focusing on trying to understand the brain mechanism in children with EEG, in children with ADHD, sorry. He was also working with EEG. He was recording EEG of children with ADHD. He was trying to understand what their EEG is like, He ended up reading the publication of Sternman's finding, and he was intrigued by that. And then he ended up visiting the lab of Sturman. He said, I want to come and I want to see what's happening with the cats there, And when he noticed, as ma'am was saying, the cats produced a particular wave which was known as sensory motor rhythm. And this was at a time when the cats stood still while they were very focused, waiting for the beep to occur so that, they can immediately press the lever to get the reward. So they were attentive and they were motionless, right? And what he noted was that he had the EEG observation in his children with ADHD or children with hyperactivity, which was the pole apart, which was almost the opposite. His children were not attentive and were not still, were restless. Behaviorally, they were the poles apart. And similarly, he also noticed that his children did not produce that kind of wave which the cats were producing. So he thought it would be a really great idea to train his children, because he identified that if the cats could be trained, he could probably train his children also. And from there, that was the first time probably the neurofeedback was brought from the clinic to the, from the research lab to the clinic. Though the first ever research evidence came in the area of epilepsy, because the cats were able to control the seizure, but the first clinical application started with the area of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, right? Next slide, please. So he thought, can SMR training be used to alter the symptoms of clinical condition? Next slide. And of course, the research says that, we have stood, we're standing here today when we know that it is almost like a prescribed form of intervention in children with ADHD, right? Now, the question is, how do we do it and how does the neurofeedback work? Madam has already touched upon that, but I would just, for the sake of the repetition, I would just say this once again, very, very important, that any sort of biofeedback mechanism, including EEG neurofeedback, involves the 5 major steps. Okay. And I really, really urge everyone to please pay attention to these, because these are a bit of theoretical aspect, but until we understand this, we are just kind of playing with an instrument. We don't even know how it is functioning, right? So the first is the EEG recording, or what we call a signal acquisition. We are talking about EEG neurofeedback, so we said EEG recording. But let's say if I was doing HRV biofeedback, Dr. Sukanya, I think, uses HRV biofeedback also, as she was mentioning in one of the conversations. So if it is about HRV, you have to get that data. So this is what we call a signal acquisition. Could be heart rate, could be EEG, could be EMG. The second is pre-processing. I did mention about the filtering. I did mention about the artifact removal, because your data is not very much prepared, right? It's all muddled up. It's all messed up, right? So you need to clean it. So pre-processing of the data. Then the next aspect is what we call as feature extraction, right? I have the EEG, I have collected, I have cleaned it. Now, what is that I want to train? Now, I would like all of you to recall my conversation from the morning. I did mention about frequency. I did mention about amplitude. I did mention about power. It is which aspect of the wave that I want to focus. So let's say I am interested in power training. I want to increase the power of the alpha wave. So I need to know frequency, followed by which I need to know the power, right? So whatever is the area of my interest, whatever is the parameter of my interest, the computer needs to extract that parameter, because only based on that, it will decide whether to give a feedback to the patient or to not give the feedback, right? So for example, the baseline power is here, and I want my patient to increase alpha power to above this cutoff. If the next moment his alpha power goes above this threshold, he gets a reward. If it remains below, there is no reward given, right? And that brings us to the fourth thing, that where there is a real-time feedback is being given. As I said in the morning, in 1 second, 250 data points are being recorded, and each point is being compared against the, how do I say, the cutoff that we have established. If it goes above, the feedback is given. If it goes below, the feedback is not given. The reward is not given. And by this whole process and the repeated trial, the learning takes place, right? Next slide, please. Next slide, please, ma'am. Yeah, I think Madam Sukanya would be talking about this more in detail. So, and Dr. Jamuna has already said, Dr. Kalpana also talked about this, that it is nothing but a method where we are trying to help the brain to regulate itself. right? And as we know that regulation, emotion regulation, self-regulation is more of a transdiagnostic concept now, which is being evaluated not only in one particular form of disorder, but across the clinical condition, right? So the psychotherapy helps us to regulate the mind. Neurofeedback helps us to regulate the brain, right? Next slide, please. Madam has already touched upon this, so I'm not going to get into the details. So we have sensors, first of all, to get the signal, amplifier. Amplifier, when you get the signal, right, the signal is too weak. It's in microvolt. You can't really present it on a graph. It will not be visible only. It will not be, you'll not be able to process it. So that signal is taken to the amplifier. Amplifier is nothing but simply something which kind of magnifies it. It's like a magnifying glass, right? Then you have the processor which basically works on the feature extraction and pre-processing and so on. And then finally you have the feedback screen. Madam has already talked. This also we have covered, but just wanted to highlight one thing. As ma'am said, the caps are generally very costly. The systems which are more budget friendly generally do not give you the cap. They give you the independent electrodes. As you can see, it could be 2-channel, 4-channel, and depending upon how much you invest and how much the system is configured with. Next slide, please. Yeah, two important things here. Anyone who has ever worked with the biofeedback, neurofeedback system would be very much aware with this, material. Now, there are two things. One is you can see the new prep. I'm not kind of, marketing any particular brand, but these were the photographs that I could get from the public domain. But yeah, two things that I wanted to highlight is that the new prep gel, as the name suggests, it's a gel for preparation. So it's very, very important that before taking up any patient for EEG neurofeedback, you prepare the scalp very well. The scalp might have oil, the scalp might have, the salt deposit from your sweat and all. So that needs to be cleaned well, right? It's a sand-based jelly and it helps to clean the scalp so that the signal can be picked up. Whereas the other one is a conductive paste. See, you don't have always, as I said, cap. So you place an electrode, but then the electrode, might move from here and there, right? So you need to paste it with something which does not block the signal. So the paste is made up of material which in itself is electrical conducive. So it conducts the electrical signal. So you have the scalp, you have the paste, and you have the electrode, and the signal is continuously flowing and then going to the processing system, right? Next slide, please. Yeah. About this, ma'am talked about this. I'm just going to take it a little bit forward. This is what we call as 10-20 system of electrode placement. Madam kept saying that, you place the electrode in frontal. Somebody was saying that we are placing frontal. Madam was saying that you start with occipital. So that may be a little confusing for some people, those who are hearing it for the first time. The question was, where is frontal, where is occipital? Okay, how do we figure that out, right? So I think that my frontal is here. Somebody said, no, frontal is here. There must be something else, right? So to avoid all this confusion and to account for the varying sizes of the skull, all of us do not have the same skull size, right? But and similarly, the children might have a much smaller skull size than compared to adult. So to do that, there is an international system which is in place. This is what we call as 10-20 system of electrode placement. For this, 4 points one need to remember. Like, so there is this point, you can see there is a forehead, and once you go down, suddenly there is a dip, just above your nose. And this point, all of you can touch here, and this point is called as nasion, right? And if you start going up and you go back, and then suddenly, you feel a high point on the back of your head, from where suddenly it starts to go down further. That's like a small mountain kind of thing. That is called the inion. So from nasion to inion, you think of it as 100 points. And then, we divide it as 10%, 20% and all that, which is given in the chart. You can download these charts free of cost from the internet. Then the second point is that you have at the ear, you have this kind of a small protrusion. This is called as periauricular point, right? Here. From this periauricular point to this periauricular point, these are called 100 points, 100%. Wherever these two intersect, that's where CZ is. Right? Now, as you can see, as ma'am was already telling, F for frontal, P for parietal, and so on, I would just like to add one more point. As you can see, some numbers are odd numbers, whereas some numbers are even numbers. The even numbers represents the right hemisphere, whereas the odd number represent the left hemisphere, right? Odd represent left and even represent right. Okay. So this you shall remember, because if somebody says that I gave training at F3, that basically should tell you that the training was given in the left hemisphere. Okay. And there are certain things which are just exactly in the middle. They are given as Z or 0. CZ means it was central middle. FZ means frontal, exactly middle. F3 would mean left frontal. F4 would mean right frontal, and so on. Right? Next slide, please. One small part which is very, very important. So as we have all studied the systems, right? The electrical systems, and in electrical systems, we are aware that, every system has got some sorts of resistance to the flow of electrical current, right? We all have heard, like when we were studying some basic physics and basic electrical systems, anywhere where there's a flow of electrical information, there might be some bit of resistance. That resistance is measured in ohms or kilo ohms here, right? So that can happen here also. And if the resistance is too high, it might lead to problematic EEG signal. Whatever you want to, get from your EEG, you might not really get the real information. So it's important that we kind of keep the resistance low. This resistance in the EEG terminology is also known as impedance, right? And this impedance generally shall be low. You don't want much of resistance, right? If you want to go from here to there, or if you want to go from here to your house, you don't want much blockage in the road. You want it to be as less as possible, right? So similarly, we want a low impedance. So we would want an impedance between 5 to 10 kilo ohms. Okay. Anything above that would mean that, your EEG system is not placed well, and whatever EEG data that you are going to obtain, it is going to be faulty and it is going to be noisy. Next slide, please. Generally, with most of the system, but, advanced EEG system, when you start placing the electrodes, it would start showing you something like this. Okay. So where you can see the yellow and reddish is the high impedance, and greenish and bluish is the low impedance. So as you can see, looks like that this person's half of the electrodes are set, but some electrodes are still showing a very high impedance, and they need to be set before one can start doing the EEG, right? Next slide, please. Okay, I will be touching upon something which was initially, when I started preparing for this talk, I found also some of the things new for myself, because I have been working primarily with the first model, what we call as amplitude or power training neurofeedback. I'll try to kind of touch upon all of them, but most of my talk will focus on the first one, because most system that are easily available, and most people which they use, they end up providing you only the facility of power training or the amplitude training. The other kind of neurofeedback systems are much, much more higher. They are not like, I have not heard many people using, at least in Indian scenario, the other system. But for the theoretical point, we will definitely just touch upon that, right? Next slide. Frequency or amplitude neurofeedback, right? I did mention about the frequency and amplitude in the morning. And what I said is that in the EEG, you pick up a desired frequency. You might focus on one, alpha, theta, beta, so on. You pick up one and you ask the computer to give me the relative frequency, relative power of that, right? The computer calculates and says that this is the relative power. Now, what I want is, I want to increase that relative power. I want whatever alpha my brain is creating, it shall be more dominant. It shall be more powerful, right? So what I'm trying to do is, I'm trying to make alpha more dominant. I'm trying to increase alpha power, right? So this is what we call as it is also known as frequency neurofeedback, because you are not changing frequency. See, you can't change frequency. Frequency is occurring at its own level. The computer will decide, okay, this all frequency falls in alpha region, so I will take it together. What the computer is trying to, or what the neurofeedback is trying to increase or decrease, is the amplitude. You can call it amplitude training, or amplitude we are not directly working with. As I said, plus minus will become 0. So we have squared it. So we can also call it power neurofeedback training, right? What it targets, it either tries to increase or decrease the amplitude, specific EEG frequency bands at specific scalp locations. So one has to be very specific. You have to say, I want to work with alpha being produced in the posterior region, that is in occipital region, and I want to increase the amplitude of that. So you have to be very specific when you do that. So I chose a site that is occipital. I chose a frequency band that is alpha, and I chose the direction of the training. I want to increase. So I understood there are 3 aspects to it: site, frequency, and the direction, right? So I might want to sometime increase particular, frequency wave, a particular power, or sometime I might want to decrease it. Let's say somebody is showing too much of a delta. As I said, in elderly people, we might get to see a lot of theta. I don't want that because it is associated with cognitive slowing. So I might want to reduce it. So this is what we call as up training or down training, right? So it could be one might want to do alpha up training, one might want to do beta down training, and so on, right? There are multiple examples. For example, SMR training, alpha training, beta training, theta beta ratio training. I will touch upon 1 or 2, not all, right? Next slide, please. Yeah, we might want to stick to this. So there's something called as alpha theta protocol, something very, very, very commonly used. The goal is to increase the slow brain wave activity, relatively slower. I'm not saying delta kind of slow. And this is basically to, facilitate a deeply relaxed and introspective state. What are we trying to do? We are trying to uptrain both alpha and theta. So generally, this is, as you can see in the clinical application, this is done in an eye closed setup. Like you ask a person to close their eyes. Okay, not necessarily that they have to focus this. Initially, you can ask them to close their eyes, and then later they can focus on the task. Okay, this was originally developed for people for alcohol dependence. So 2 people by name Peniston and Kolosky developed this protocol, and they wanted to help people with alcohol dependence to promote longer abstinent period and prevent relapses. Later, it was used in the further substance use condition. It has also been used in PTSD. Now, as you can see, all these were people, so alcohol dependent brain, substance use brains, and people with PTSD, they are really highly stressed, right? So the idea was to kind of take them toward the, relaxed aspect. And therefore, alpha and theta were the focus. We wanted to increase both. And the whole idea was that increasing theta relative to alpha. And for this, preferred electrode have been OZ, PZ, and CZ. So basically meaning that we want primarily the posterior location, not so much on the frontal, because the alpha is generated by the thalamocortical generators, which are primarily picked up from the posterior regions. Next slide, please. I think this is something very interesting. We have heard about this while talking about the cats and the ADHD children. Okay, the idea is to increase the cortical stability and thalamocortical regulation, and we want to increase motor inhibition, focus attention, calm alertness, something which is missing, badly in children with ADHD. What we do, we generally uptrain the SMR. Now, SMR is nothing new. It is also the low range beta, which is recorded generally over the sensory motor cortex. Okay, and often it is associated with the downtraining of theta, right? Because these children are showing slowed brain activity. That's why they're sluggish in their cognitive capacity. So we want to remove that theta and we want to increase more of SMR, right? Generally, where does this training given? It is given at C3, C4, and CZ location, exactly on the sensory motor cortex. Clinical application, it is used very often in 3 conditions: ADHD, sleep disorders, especially insomnia and all, and epilepsy. Initially the whole work started with the seizure control in cats, but then it took a long time for this to come as a treatment modality in patients with epilepsy. It is being used. There is some evidence that it can help, but of course, in patients with epilepsy, it is not being used as a standalone protocol. Next slide, please. You can go ahead further. So I think this was about the this was about the amplitude training. Now, Z-score neurofeedback in the morning, I did touch upon Z-score, So this is nothing. Z-score neurofeedback protocol primarily is guided by the QEEG, not done once, but being done continuously. So every moment, so let's say, the computer takes a baseline of 2 minutes. Okay. And on the go, in the real time, analyze the data from the number of electrodes that you have placed. It could be 4, 5, 6, compared to the normative database, and say, in this electrode, this electrode, this electrode, you are showing a little high activity. And that becomes the target for the next, 2, 3 minutes. Then whatever is recorded over the next 2 to 3 minutes, that is compared against the normative database. So this is very, very highly personalized form of neurofeedback training, right? Next slide, please. Yeah, you can go next slide. Yeah, so this is just to give you an example. So, let's say these were the different electrodes which were being used. Okay, somebody had 8 active electrodes, for example. I'm just giving you so that you understand what I'm trying to say here. There are multiple electrodes, and these were the mean and standard deviation value obtained from the normative database that I have, right? And the last one are the values obtained for the power for this particular client, which I, connected today. Now, what happens is that using a particular formula, computer generates something what we call a Z-score. Next slide, please. Yeah, as you can see. So, you can see that Z-scores are there. So Z-score, which are in the range of ±2 are perfectly fine. But the ones which are appearing in red, they're a little too deviated, right? Either too down or too up. Now, these are the one which will become target. So what I need to do is, in this particular patient, I need to start working on P3O1F4. But that is only possible when you have a very high-end systems of, continuous QEEG monitoring, right? Next slide, please. I think this will answer probably to the question Madam was asking. So there was a recent publication. I'm not sure how recent, I can't see. Yeah, thank you, ma'am. So so they had compared another form of neurofeedback called Loretta neurofeedback. They said 19 channel Z score and Loretta neurofeedback. Does the evidence support the hype? The answer is no. So it's not really having any additional edge over the traditional models of neurofeedback. However, there are individual studies which support that it can work. It is good, but then the quality of those studies is poor. So you need much larger base in order to conclude that having a 14 or 19 channel of Z-score neurofeedback is good, right? Next slide, please. So how much time do I have, ma'am? The organizers? 15 minutes. Oh, good. I will definitely wind up. So now I have, I will talk about the three different models of neurofeedback, something more new, something not very often used in the Indian scenario, but still worth knowing. One is the, go back, please. Yeah, so I was talking about this slow cortical potential neurofeedback training, right? What are these slow cortical potential? Next slide. Right. So you see this signal, right? So what happens is, as soon as the signal turns green, everybody starts to move, right? So you see that there's a stimulus and then there is a movement. Now that is something which in EEG terminology we'll call it ERP, right? But before something is going to occur, there is a particular set of movement, like a particular set of readiness which is there. You will see some car people, some people would be just kind of waiting. As soon as it is about to be one, they are already pressing the accelerator. Whereas some are kind of simply sitting and somebody, honking from the back. So that is the level of readiness. So that is something what I would say, that this pre-stage, before any sort of stimulation occurs, will reflect the underlying stage of the brain. This is what we call as slow cortical potentials. They're called slow because they might not be at the speed of how the EEG signal is working otherwise. Very slow shifts in cortical activity reflecting the regulation of cortical excitability. If there is a negative slow cortical potential, it shows that there is an increased cortical activation. If there's a positive shift, if it reflects a decreased cortical excitability or cortical inhibition, right? Next slide. So as I said, positive SCP means decreased cortical excitability. Sorry, positive SCP would mean disorder characterized by increased cortical excitability. So for example, epilepsy, migraine, and so many kind of conditions. Negative SCP, they are the disorder characterized by cortical I think this just kind of got a little messed up. I just wanted to say that positive SCP will basically show less of cortical excitability, and that should come down, right? I think this has been a typo. Okay, so there are certain conditions which are characterized by cortical excitability. Too much of cortex is excited. There are certain conditions which are, characterized by cortical inhibition. The cortex is not excited. It's not functioning. Don't mind the slide. I think there has been a typo. So ADHD would be something which will be characterized by cortical hypoexcitability or cortical inhibition, whereas epilepsy, too much of cortical excitation, right? So one can use these low cortical potential training accordingly. Okay. So for example, in epilepsy, you might want to reduce the cortical potential, whereas, in the ADHD, you might want to increase the cortical potentials, right? Next slide. Yeah, again, a bit of research evidence suggesting that there has been some work which is showing. So, for example, the first article, Slow Cortical Potential versus Live Z-score Neurofeedback in Children and Adolescents with ADHD. It was a randomized control trial which says that there was an improvement in sustained attention, executive control, and response inhibition, and not only at the end of the treatment, but even at the follow-up, the children continue to maintain the benefits which they have received, right? Just wanted to let you know that whether we are doing the Z-score, whether we are doing the SCP, whether we are doing the amplitude training, the 5 steps model that I told you, right? The signal acquisition, pre-processing, feature extraction, that remains at the core of neurofeedback. Whatever model of neurofeedback that you are using, that cycle of 5 steps would remain at heart of neurofeedback, right? Next slide, please. Yeah, next, go ahead, low resolution. So this is what we call as low resolution electromagnetic tomography, right? So it is slightly an advanced approach to NFT. How it works is, so let's say within the temporal area, you have multiple electrodes, right? One here, one here, one here. And each electrode is covering certain centimeters of area. That centimeter of area will be taking the electrical activity, let's say from thousands of neurons below it, right? So what it does is, Loretta, it kind of takes all the data from the different scalp electrodes and says that, oh, alpha came in this one, this one, this one, this one together. Okay. And it tries to identify where it all will be coming from. So there are mathematical model which has been fed into it. Based on that, it tries to identify where it might be coming from. Is it coming from the occipital lobe? Is it coming from the thalamus? Is it coming from the anterior cingulate cortex? So it basically using the mathematical model and the summation of the electrical activity from various electrodes, it tries to identify or try to source localize the EEG, where it is coming from, right? So basically, in short, cortical generators of EEGs are identified. And then again, you identify the target brain region, provide the feedback in whichever direction that you want to give, and continue the learning process. Next slide, please. Yeah, you can go ahead. Next slide. This is something interesting. This is something what we call as low energy neurofeedback system, the lens system. The next slide. Now, all the neurofeedback approaches that we are aware of that require, whether consciously or whether subconsciously, for the patient to do something, for the patient to, behave in a certain way so that certain brain activities can be generated more and that can be rewarded, right? Till now, we have been hearing like this. But lens is slightly different. It is a passive neurofeedback approach because it does not only involve the assessment and giving a feedback. Oh, this is how your brain is doing. Now do more. If you do more, you'll get a reward. You don't do, you don't get a reward. Till now, we've been doing this. But in this, there is something else which is being done. There is a delivery of very weak electromagnetic signal which is being given. There is some sort of, electromagnetic signal given. All of us know that when we go to X-rays or when we go to MRI, there is some amount of electromagnetic signal or some amount of X-ray signal is sent to the brain. In this, a very, very weak signal. How much weak? So whatever the strength of your mobile phone signal is divided by 1000, it is that weak. That weak signal is very specifically given to certain brain points. And the idea is that, the brain is stuck in a particular kind of loop. Let's say somebody who has had a traumatic brain injury, and after the injury, the brain is stuck. It is just continuously producing only the delta waves, right? It is only, producing the 4 hertz or 6 hertz waves. We want it to move towards alpha. So what they do is that, they start, so every time the brain is about to kind of give certain reading, they keep putting something else to kind of take the person or take the brain out of the loop. If it is producing every time 4 hertz, they might give 5 hertz signal. And with continuous repeated trials, what might happen that actually brain come out of that stuck mode and would start producing actually 5 hertz signal. Because brain, as ma'am said in the morning, it's very plastic. It picks up information. It picks up, what the environment wants. And then it changes itself. So lens that way is one of the very beautiful advancement, because it is not only requiring patients to do something. Sometimes it can be done, even with patients, those who are not in a position to be very cooperative. So there has been some research which is coming up, and it is saying that, can we try it in patients, those who are very much, almost like in a vegetative state. So again, I am not making any sort of big claim to it, but these are all the new kind of technology. The scientific world is exploring their efficacy. The scientific world is trying to explore rather their feasibility, and I'm sure that these different approaches to neurofeedback will be something which will pave way for the newer treatment and interventions in mental health conditions. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, this is just one study, if I can. There was a double-blind placebo-controlled RCT which was done with medical students, and they give 10 sessions of lens versus sham. So because somebody should not say, oh, they improved because they felt something was being done. So they gave the another group also neurofeedback, but which was a sham neurofeedback. Actually, nothing happened. And then for the outcome, they took perceived stress scale, straight rate anxiety inventory, Wechsler adult intelligence scale, Wechsler abbreviated scale of intelligence, and trail making test. Though they said that there is no significant difference between group. Okay, but then they say that, the stronger research evidence is required because it was a very small sample size. We did not have the good enough power of the study. But then people are trying to, assess these kind of things into a proper research paradigm, and hopefully there will be a day when we will see all of this is working, and we would have good enough research evidence to support all of it. With this, I would like to end my talk, and I'll be willing to take up any questions if there are. Thank you. Dr. Sukanya, I think they're waiting for you. Oh yeah, maybe the team might. I think there's no questions.
Does anyone have any questions?
I don't think so. Oh yeah, sorry. I think. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. To further rejuvenate our brain patterns, let's break for tea. Okay, so just an important announcement. There will be an RCI photograph for all the RCI participants after the tea break. So please reconvene at this hall at 5:20 p.m. Also, another important announcement, the evaluation forms for the RCI candidates will be shared tomorrow after the two-day workshop is done, along with the feedback forms for all participants. So please kindly fill all the forms to get your attendance for both the days. Thank you. It is my pleasure to introduce Ms. Sukanya Ray, clinical psychologist, psychotherapist, and assistant professor at the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. With over 2 decades of experience, she brings a deeply integrative, trauma-informed, and neuroscience-oriented approach to her work. Trained at NIMHANS and a recipient of the M.V. Govindaswamy Gold Medal, she holds expertise in advanced modalities including EMDR, internal family systems, clinical hypnosis, neurofeedback, and somatic therapies. At TIS, she leads innovative programs in trauma-informed care and contributes actively to research and national mental health initiatives. I request you, ma'am, to please conduct the session, Principles and Mechanisms of Neurofeedback Training.
Good evening, everyone. I know it's been a long day, and you've had some prolific deliberations by Professor Jamuna and Dr. Afsar, and I'm sure that it's been a lot of takeaways already, and you must be booming with ideas, and you must be carrying back a lot of terms that are still seeming quite foreign right now. And I know that we are running late, so there's also worry about reaching back home on time. So I will summarize it to say that I have a tough task right now because I need to hold your attention. And it's also the last talk of the day. So that also means that I would expect, and I know that you would also expect me to integrate some of the important things that have been talked about today. And I think that in that way, this particular topic is very well placed. I would also like to thank Amity University and Dr. Kalpana Srivastava for organizing this very important CRE program. I don't think there has been a CRE program organized anywhere outside NIMHANS on specifically on neurofeedback. So congratulations on this feat. And this is something which I think Dr. Jamuna, Dr. Afsar, myself, we are very passionate about that this really comes to India and there are more and more people who get trained in this. With that being said, let me move on. Next slide, please. So this particular principle that is put here on the slide, the principal activities of brains are making changes in themselves. I think we've been talking about this the whole day today, but maybe not in so many words. And this has been one of my most important learnings. We think that with behavioral principles, with interpretative frameworks, or any other approaches to psychotherapy, we feel this immense sense of responsibility in the therapeutic room to move the individual to change. And here comes a modality of psychotherapy, which is saying that, wait a minute, you don't have to put in so much of effort because brains very naturally have this capacity to evolve on its own. And that's the capacity that neurofeedback actually sort of kindles or ignites. And I mean, you've been hearing us talking about the wonderful ways in which neurofeedback works. And I hope that today and tomorrow we'll be able to bring together some of these learnings to really understand how is it and what is it that neurofeedback is able to move. But this particular principle is of key importance when we start to talk about conceptualization using the neurofeedback framework. Next slide, please. So we have been hearing this word neuroplasticity since probably our undergraduate days. We talk about how cortical plasticity or brain plasticity is the phenomenon which is responsible for rehabilitation. And we talk about how the changes that occur in the structure and organization of the brain is at the key of all these cognitive retraining or rehabilitation programs, and how this has absolutely no limit, right? So Experience, as we know, changes the structure and organization of the brain, for better or for worse, which means that when you have when we have any sort of experience, whether that be a pleasant experience or an unpleasant experience, our neural circuits or the organization of our nervous system tends to organize around those experiences. So which means it's a good thing if it's a pleasant experience, the entire nervous system will organize around that. Which also means that if the experience is not so pleasant, if it's damaging, then the nervous system also organizes around that. And that's what we have learned in traditional psychotherapy as the idea of defenses. That there are character defenses, there are strategies that come up consciously, unconsciously, which are born out of these unpleasant experiences. And all of psychotherapy is really about uncovering these defenses and helping the individual to actually break through those patterns. And that's the challenge as well, which is why we have so many modalities which look at these character strategies or these defenses in different ways. Neurofeedback looks at it from a very different perspective, which is what I intend to tell you about right now. Next slide, please. So we all know about the periodicity or this rhythmicity that is there in nature. There are seasons, there's day and night. Everything has a periodic pattern. This periodicity, this rhythmicity, you have waves, cycles. This involves some kind of oscillation. The same oscillation is inherent in brain waves. And this is what we have been learning since morning, especially in Dr. Afsar's lecture. You've heard about how these oscillations can be quantified, how you can learn about what is this oscillation actually telling us about how the brain is working at a given point in time. So it's this inherent characteristic of the brain to oscillate and change its way of oscillating that gives us information about what is happening inside. And this also indicates that the nervous system is capable of adjusting itself based on these different kinds of environmental signals that are happening. We call it septions, neuroception, interoception, proprioception, exteroception. Based on all these septions, it's not perception because this is not based on cognitive processing. This is automatic processing. So we call it as septions, or you can call it as neuroception. So brains are constantly making decisions based on these septions or the neuroception and adjusting itself in the world. Now, when we say adjusting, we often have this connotation that adjustment means that we are going back to some kind of homeostasis. Yes, going back to some kind of normalcy. But you will be surprised to know that there's a lot more of allostasis than homeostasis that brains actually work on, which means that brains learn and create new normals. And that's the principal job of brains. That's what we learned on the first slide. The principal job of brains is to make changes in themselves. So the brain's job constantly is to actually evolve, make decisions which can enable it to evolve next. Anything that stops that routine will have that contribution towards what we call as psychopathology. So when we are noticing psychopathology in individuals, we know that something has stopped this innate nature of the brain to evolve according to the environment. Next slide, please. Now, when I was trained in neurofeedback, and one of my trainers was Sebern Fisher, who's done seminal work in the area of neurofeedback, especially with developmental trauma, complex trauma, etc. And she really says this, that fear is the central emotion in our nervous systems. Now, when we say fear, we only imagine fright. We only imagine that people are scared. And we can also correlate it with many psychiatric syndromes where anxiety or fear, we see that it falls under that spectrum. But what is really the brain's fear? Can you tell me what could the brain's fear be? What is the brain afraid of? Can anyone guess? Survival, okay. Neuronal damage, okay. Anything else? Sorry? Not being able to adapt. Okay. So the brain is not scared of survival. The brain works for survival constantly. So it's very sure that it will survive. But what the brain's fear is actually to go next. You can please press next. Is moving into unexplored territory. And that's what learning is about. You can stay in the previous one, please. No, you've gone ahead. Go back. Yeah, just stay there. Yeah, thank you. So the brain is really sort of constantly navigating these unexplored territories, what is remaining to be learned. And in Sebern Fisher's words, this is what the brain fears. So the brain is constantly making decisions of, should I go into this unexplored territory or not? Should I stay here? Should I stay in the comfort zone? Should I go into the unexplored territory? So that's how we are. We experience fear, anxiety, etc. But at the brain level, that's the decision that the brain is trying to make. Should I move into this unexplored territory or not? Through neurofeedback, we are actually arming our brains to break through this fear barrier. So, which is why when we use neurofeedback, we see the kind of changes that are semi-permanent, which means it's as good as lifelong learning. So you've heard Dr. Jamuna talk about how, very typically we don't see individuals coming back with a relapse unless it is something that is based on substance use or anything else that might have some organic elements to it. But usually we don't see that the effect of the treatment has withered and the individual comes back for more sessions. That typically does not happen in neurofeedback or even biofeedback. The reason is that these semi-permanent changes are the brain's own way of learning something new. And it's like the brain develops a new muscle. So once you have developed a new muscle, you don't need to go back every time to develop that muscle. It's there. It's there and it can be exercised anytime. Yeah. Don't move ahead. You've gone ahead. Okay. So if I now sort of bring it together, that where is neuroplasticity actually located? We know that the brain and the environment are constantly interacting. And we know that there are electrophysiological changes on the basis of which the EEG signal is mapped and summated, and that's how we see it on the EEG. And this really tells us about how your neurons are firing. What is the firing rate? Which areas are firing more? Which areas, when I'm talking about areas, how many of you have heard about Brodmann areas? All of you have heard about Brodmann areas. So when we are talking about areas, we are referring to something like Brodmann areas. Okay. So which are the areas that are firing more? Which are the areas that are more engaged? Which are the areas that are less engaged? We are getting a sense of that. So essentially, the EEG record gives us a sense of this oscillation that's happening across different brain areas, right? So think of it as a large hall where different groups of people are talking to each other, right? So different groups of people, if you tune into one particular group, you can pretty much hear what they're talking about. But if you're standing here and there are different groups of people all over this hall, it will be very difficult for you to actually precisely understand what each of these groups are talking about. And if you take a signal, it will be a summated signal. So what you heard Dr. Afsar talk about earlier is how the science of EEG has helped us to single out what each of these groups are talking about. Sometimes even extricate noise out of that. Let's say noise that's coming out of outside or noise that the fan is making or something like that. So you've learned how to actually listen to different groups of neurons, how they are talking. We haven't yet gone into that, but Dr. Afsar talked a little bit also about how different brain areas are also talking to each other via the QEEG. We can also see how different brain areas are actually interacting, influencing, how each one is actually controlling the others via the QEEG records. So these patterns are detected in electrical activity, which is what you saw. And neurofeedback is a way to study, analyze these patterns, and provide intervention. Right? Next slide. Now, when I say that, and I think this is said very less, we tend to think neurofeedback as something that is happening between a machine and the human being, the client and the machine. But interestingly, during my neurofeedback training, my trainer showed me that presence of the therapist near the client, when the client is engaged with the neurofeedback, actually results in a certain frequency. And she remarked, look, that's the frequency of presence. And when the therapist walks away, that frequency changes. So presence of the therapist is actually reflected in the EEG record. And so it would really be an injustice to think that neurofeedback is just a technology. It's a relational technology. In fact, the reason Sebern Fisher's work is so seminal, she's worked with developmental trauma, which means that these are children who have faced severe trauma, attachment ruptures very early on in life. She's worked with children who have been disadopted, which means that they were adopted and then returned back to the shelter, again adopted. So that happened multiple times. So you can only imagine what kind of trauma they might be going through. At TIS in our pedagogy, we use a lot of movies to actually help people conceptualize. One of the movies that I use to let them understand, let my students understand what is the impact of developmental trauma. There's one that is Lebanese, and there's an Indian equivalent which was made before that. The Lebanese movie is called Capernaum. It's available on Prime. You can watch it. It's about a Lebanese kid. And the Indian one is called Salam Bombay. So both are made with a similar kind of filmmaking, and it will really give you a sense of what developmental trauma looks like. And Sebern Fisher, and I'm sure Dr. Jamuna here will also have many, many such records of how difficult it is to work with these children in psychotherapy. And that's where neurofeedback has provided a headway. So when we are really talking about neurofeedback with such difficult populations where everything else pretty much fails, we're not just helping the brain quieten or upregulate, we're also opening up the child's capacity to relate to the world. We are helping the child's attachment system to get rewired. So this is deep relational work. This is not just work that is happening between a machine and a human being to just regulate the nervous system. And this is something that is very important to understand to be able to conceptualize client histories. Let's move on to the next slide, please. Now, the essence of conceptualization will come from our ability to think neurofeedback. We are learning how to do neurofeedback, and tomorrow we'll be able to tell you more details about how you can get trained in neurofeedback. But thinking neurofeedback, that's something that even the 36-hour BCIA training does not give you that. So we need to learn how to think neurofeedback. So what is thinking neurofeedback? Now, assessment, before you do any intervention, you do an assessment, right? You have some sense of assessment, like Dr. Jamuna was saying in the morning. Even asking a simple question such as what is your name is an assessment because it gives you so much of information. Your case history, your MSc is a set of assessments. So don't just think that psychological tests are the only way to assess. You're assessing from the very first question that you're asking. So this assessment in the context of neurofeedback is like having a conversation directly with the brain of the patient. You're constantly assessing the client's brain. You're not assessing the client's. Can anyone fill in the blank? Let's see. We should announce a prize for this. We are not assessing the client's dash. We are assessing the brain. So what is the dash? Huh? Physical? Physiological? No. It's a single word. Little more. Just make a wild guess. Answer, okay. Any? Who said mind? That's the answer. So you're not assessing the mind, you're assessing the brain here. Right? So when you are assessing for neurofeedback, when you are just assessing to get started, you are conversing with the client's brain directly. So how do you do that? That sounds strange, right? How can you pervade all these layers of behavior, emotion, and all of that and directly assess the patient's brain? How is that possible? So maybe we'll be able to tell you that by the end of 2 days of training. The other thing that we never do is that we never step into the same stream. Every session begins with an assessment. Every session begins with a fresh assessment. Can you tell me why? Can you guess why? Anyone? If movement can be happening. Okay. Any other thoughts? Yes. So what are we trying to map every time? Okay, so I'll give you the answer because we are running short of time as well. Otherwise, I would have stayed on this. This is a word that I keep saying even in our trauma trainings as well. Don't go with the story, go with the state. So we are measuring brain state here. Even during Dr. Afsar's talk, he said something very important. And I don't know if you noticed that. He was trying to teach you that in ADHD, there is hypoarousal, there's cortical hypoarousal. So we would want the training to downregulate or upregulate? Upregulate, right? So this cortical hypoarousal, does it match with the kind of symptoms you see in an ADHD child or an individual? What do you see in behavior? Hyper. So do you notice what I'm talking about? We're not going with the story. We are going with the state. We are assessing the state. So this is what we mean by being able to assess the client's brain, not the behavior. Yeah. So each session requires a fresh assessment because the state might be different. Yeah. And these are two things that I've learned while doing neurofeedback is that two metrics that really provide us a direction. Dr. Afsar mentioned about this and in one of his talks today. Whatever the patient is reacting to, you would want to train that. Whatever the patient stays curious about, you don't need to train that. It's then that you engage in talk therapy. That's the channel that's open. So you talk about it. But whatever the client feels any kind of reservation, remember what we talked about the fear. So whatever they are reacting to is that brain's fear that we are talking about. That's a signal for you. Assess that, train that. Next slide. So when we are conceptualizing via neurofeedback, we are making this transition from mind to brain, like I said. Many a times when we say brain, you tend to think only it's the central nervous system that we are talking about. But Dr. Jamuna talked about, something, the neuromodulation that she spoke about. She talked about the polyvagal theory and some other theories as well, which considers that you are dealing with the entire nervous system, which means that it's not just the central nervous system, but also the peripheral nervous system, which often we do not consider when we are talking about brain-based technologies. But really, neurofeedback is about training the whole nervous system. Now here, you will find that the language has changed. Nowhere in neurofeedback, except for when we are trying to assess for certain things, you will see the use of words like thoughts, behaviors, mind, but you're going to talk about the biological infrastructure behind it. So this means that at a skill level, we need to now learn to read the electrical activity that's happening in the brain, which is what Dr. Afsar was trying to teach you. And if not that, because of course that seemed, I'm sure all of you felt like that's a very advanced level. And it takes a few years to be able to get there, to do the training, to be able to, there's a 5-day QEEG training that is done globally. That's as per global standards. And that gives you the ability to actually map QEEG the way that Dr. Afsar was talking about, the QEEG mapping. So these are very advanced processes and it takes time to get there, but there are shortcuts. So if you're not yet trained enough to read the QEEG or do the QEEG, you can still talk to the brain by learning about the arousal model of the brain, which is what we have been talking about the whole day today. Learning about the arousal model will help you with translating any psychiatric diagnosis to the language of neurofeedback. How does that sound? Does that sound doable? Yeah? Not seeing many heads move to that. Either we are very tired or we have understood everything. Which one is it? Or we have gotten some aspect of it, that the arousal model can help us transform the language from a psychiatry language, saying something like anxiety disorders or OCD. Many of the questions came up as OCD hai to kya karna hai? What protocol should we use? So we are telling you, first think in neurofeedback language. Translate that OCD into neurofeedback language. Then you will know what to do. You will not need to ask what protocols I need to follow. Your skill to actually read the brain or the brain's activity in the arousal model, in the language of the arousal model, will tell you what to do. Yeah, and of course, you will be adept at understanding and knowing these different protocols as well. Next one, you'll go to the next slide. So, assessment for neurofeedback involves a clinical interview, of course. Like we said, that it starts with a very basic question of what's your name or how are you doing today? And that itself gives a plethora of information about comprehension, memory, etc., etc. And then there are standardized questionnaires which are used. And there can be quantitative EEG and brain mapping that can be done. And like I said that, we could also map the assessment domains. We could also look at the different domains that will give us a sense of the arousal mapping of the brain, how different areas in the brain are at different levels of arousal. So assessment for neurofeedback is really about identifying the underlying patterns of arousal and dysrhythmia. What brain should do is if any task is required which requires it to be at a higher arousal level, the brain should automatically do that, but they don't do that always, right? So which is why we see the dysrhythmia, or we see that there's a sort of a incongruent arousal level. So through neurofeedback we are changing that. You can move on to the next slide. So quantitative EEG, as you have heard a little bit from, in fact, you've heard quite a bit from Dr. Afsar about how quantitative EEG is the digitally processed raw EEG signal, which helps us to highlight specific features about the brain that we are looking at. So when you saw that when we are recording the brain waves, those are squiggly lines which are all over the place. And of course, there can be different kinds of interferences. And this is transformed into power bars. And Dr. Afsar also gave you a very good introduction into Z-scores and how that actually helps us to look at the brain mapping. So as you know, just like the traditional Z-score or the Z-score gives us a comparison with a normative database, and that's what he talked about. This leads us to topographic maps, which helps us to visualize how the arousal in different areas look like, which is something also you saw, which are known as heat maps. We can move on to the next slide. So the concept of QEEG phenotypes is something that has been given by Gunkelman's 23 phenotypes. We're not going to go into details of that. You can read about it. But these are stable, reproducible patterns of brain activity that correlate with clinical clusters or syndromes, regardless of the diagnosis. So which means that if somebody has diagnosed a person with OCD and somebody else has diagnosed a person with psychosis, these signatures, these clinical signatures would be the same. And that is essentially what these phenotypes are about. And this is what we train. So we are not training the diagnosis. We are training the EEG pattern. So which is why when you ask a question, OCD, so which protocol, we tell you what is the pattern. Tell us the pattern, and that is what will help you understand how you should train and what protocol you should choose. Next slide. So this is what a typical heat map looks like. Dr. Afsar talked about it, and I think this is just a continuation to that when you're looking at the Z-score, something that is within the normative range is green, and something that is 2 standard deviations above the mean is red or orange, depending upon how what kind of deviation is there. And something that is under aroused or 2 deviations below the norm is something that is blue. Now, if you look at the top of each map, you'll see that small bridge drawn there. That's the nose bridge that's drawn there. So that's obviously the frontal part. And the sides are where the ears are. So that's the, that's the pattern that we follow. So now, can you just look at the map of stress and tell me, just give me a sense of what you can read from the map of stress. Can you all see the particular map of stress here? Is that visible even from the back? Yeah. So can someone tell me in stress, what is happening? Which are the areas that are actually probably over 2 standard deviations above the norm? Which ones? You can look at, for comparison, you can look at the other heat maps to get a sense of which areas are changing in terms of hyperactivation when you're looking at stress. Stress is the one which is right-hand side top. What change do you see? Can we give him the mic? If prefrontal? So what's happening in the prefrontal? How do you know that? What are you reading? So that's quite red. And in all the other maps, what do you see? You almost see it as blue. So you see that they're underactivated, and in the stress map, you see that there's overactivation. So do you see how this is actually mapping out to tell us what is happening at the language, in the language of EEG, what you're seeing, how you can actually translate from looking at a stressed out brain to looking at which areas are hyperactivated and which areas are hypoactivated. Now, in the same map, the stress map, tell me which area appears hypoactivated, which area is underactivated. Anyone? Parieto-temporal, okay, and any other significant areas that are popping up? Same map, the stress one. Which areas are looking underactive? So underactive would mean they look blue, right? So which areas are you finding blue, which is quite glaring? If anyone remembers the 10-20 mapping, can you actually name which area is that? Make a wild guess, you're learning. Yeah, you can map actually. This is CZ. So, okay, and so this looks more like, we'll come to that. This looks more like the C3. Yeah, the F3, C3, that zone. Okay. So you see that there's a change when there is hyperactivation in one area, there's hypoactivation in another area. This is what we were talking about just a while back when I said that brain areas can also be seen talking to each other in a QEEG map. This is called coherence. This is how different brain areas are kind of talking amongst each other, like an orchestra. If one is sort of playing loud, the other one will tone down to keep it, sort of manageably heard. So this kind of communication between brain areas is called coherence. So through QEEG, we can actually train with neurofeedback using the idea of coherence. So you will hear this word coherence training, which is very often used in neurofeedback, especially with peak performance. Next slide. This is just to give you a sense of what this is. So why do we choose QEEG over EEG? We can just take an EEG record and just get a sense of it, plug the electrodes, train, and go on. Why is something so specific? So the first point is QEEG brings in a lot more precision. So it identifies exactly which frequencies are dysregulated and at which specific broadband areas. It also is able to avoid certain side effects that can happen from neurofeedback by ensuring that we're not accidentally training any or accidentally rewarding any kind of frequencies. And like I said, that QEEG also enables us to see this kind of change in the talk that different areas of the brain are having with each other, and the kind of speed with which they are talking as well. So there are two terms that are used to denote this. One is coherence, which is how they are talking to each other, how they are kind of regulating amongst each other. And the other one is phase. Phase means the speed at which these changes are happening. So QEEG is something so specific, but like I said, that we might not have the training, we might not have the infrastructure to get into QEEG right away. We can still map the arousal level. So let's move on to that. Next slide. So starting with the assessment domain of attention. So when you're doing a clinical history, you'll get a sense of these markers. You'll get a sense of how distractible the person is, certain indicators and certain impulsivity indicators as well. You might also see inattention. Now, inattention, and this is something that, we have been discussing in our trauma circle for some time, that there's a lot of diagnosis of ADHD that's happening recently. I think ma'am will also agree to that. It almost gives us a sense of, are we overdiagnosing ADHD? And my take on that is that probably what we are missing out when we are diagnosing ADHD is that we are not looking at dissociation. Inattention can actually be a strategy, or actually be the brain's strategy to compartmentalize information, which is nothing but what dissociation is. So if we could actually map dissociation as well, it will actually help us to understand what are pure ADHD cases and those that involve dissociative features in the inattention. And the other subdomain that we look for in attention is the characteristic of vigilance. How vigilant is the individual? Like ma'am was saying in the morning, are they scanning the room? Or how much are they scanning the room? Or, what are they resting somewhere, or are they constantly sort of reevaluating their surroundings? So that can give you a sense of how much of vigilance is operative here. Next slide. The next one, which is very important, is sleep. Now, sleep is something that is impaired or implied in all psychiatric syndromes. All your clients will tell you there is some impact on their sleep. Either they're oversleeping, undersleeping, disturbed sleep, insomnia, different types of insomnia. You name it, they have it. Yeah. So sleep again is a very important indicator for us to assess. So now indicators of instability, I've given you one there, that sleepwalking, sleep talking, night terrors, these are indications that there is some kind of instability involved. The sleep is not stable. They're waking up, they're having terrors, etc. Now, can you guess what could be indicators of over-arousal? If the brain is over-aroused, how would that manifest as sleep issues? Be a little louder. Go ahead, speak loudly. Vivid dreams, okay? Or anything else? Insomnia. Have you worked with clients who will tell you that I just can't sleep? I'll keep looking at my YouTube, or I'll try to do something. Best thing is they'll tell you, I'll try to sleep. So when you're trained in hypnosis, you'll be taught you can't try to sleep. If you try to sleep, you'll not sleep. Yeah? The sleep is about not doing anything. There is a term right now which has come up in literature quite often. You see that, which is reverse bedtime procrastination. That, at bedtime, people are engaging in more of doom scrolling, etc., because a part of their mind is saying, this is the time I have for myself, and I'm going to just let myself do whatever I want to. And that doom scrolling, as we know, is actually preventing melatonin secretion, and therefore they're not able to go to sleep till 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Till the frontal cortices are absolutely tired, and then they crash. But they don't get a full night's sleep as well. So indicators of over-arousal, we can go to the next, just hit on the next, yeah. Yeah, so difficulty falling asleep due to a busy mind. So this is the sign that their mind is over-aroused. When someone's saying that I just can't fall asleep, and if you ask the question, where do you find your mind going to? They'll say, oh, I'm thinking of what I have to do tomorrow. I'm thinking of that thought. I'm thinking of some rumination going on. That tells you this is an over-aroused mind, which is just not able to downregulate by itself. So the clinical tenet here is that whatever is productive is good. But whatever is repeating itself, whatever is stagnating, like repeated nightmare or repeatedly not being able to sleep, is a target for neurofeedback intervention. Next slide. Very important domain to assess, emotional and behavioral. Now, chambers of the amygdala, as we call it, the amygdala is the center for all these survival related emotions, fear, shame, rage, etc. So when we notice that these are important emotions that drive the individual, these are important points to note for us for our assessment. And then, like I talked about Simone Fisher's work, early motherlessness, whether the mother was really there or not, if the child has perceived motherlessness, that's enough. That's enough for developmental trauma to be there. So this early attachment rupture from a mother figure, or this early motherlessness, or a sense of trauma identity, when people completely identify with their trauma. And oftentimes you may have heard people come into your clinic and say that I am BPD. I've been diagnosed with BPAD. So those labels sort of stick to them. Or these days, as a trauma therapist, I hear people say this all the time, I have complex PTSD. So it's like a diagnosis and just stays with them. So they are identifying with that tag so much that it's again, when you hear these terms, you know that you're dealing with something much deeper than just some learning about terms, etc. Next one. Now, brain waves and the arousal model is something that is easy to learn, because you can actually get a sense of how the brain is aroused or what kind of arousal is there without actually getting into QEEG and all of that. Now, any task, right now you're listening to me, you've had a long day, you've had many lectures, very, sort of new terms that you're learning. Your brains are actually really taxed out right now. And I'm quite certain that you will probably sleep very well tonight, or you won't. Either you'll be very over aroused to learn more, or you'll go home and drop dead. Yeah, not dead, but yeah, drop dead to sleep. Now, the key to any kind of activity is to have the right level of arousal. So let's say you have a session after you reach home. Can you afford to be over aroused or under aroused? You cannot. You need a certain level of arousal. We talked about presence. So you need to have that sort of presence when you step into your session, which means that your brain needs to regulate itself to come to that level of arousal. There is no good or bad arousal level here. Your brain needs to do that to be able to execute the task. You need to also get up early tomorrow. By the way, if you remember, you have our training starts at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So you also need to be quite active tomorrow morning, which means you get up early, get ready quickly, land up here at 9. So which means in the morning, you need to have a higher arousal level. You can't afford to be droopy in the morning because then you'll get late and miss the training and the RCI attendance as well. So you will need different kinds of arousal depending on what task is required of you. So this arousal is reflected in the activation of the autonomic nervous system, and thus this autonomic arousal is reflected on several measures of biofeedback, whether it is HRV biofeedback or EMG or EEG. You can map this via anything at all. And you can also notice this. Next slide. So Sue and Siegfried Othmer, husband and wife duo who had a child with autism, and that's how they came up with this arousal model. And they talk about over-arousal, under-arousal, and unstable arousal. So over-arousal is something that, just hit next. Over-arousal is seen often when we see nightmares, people having nightmares, or people who are easily startled or have a lot of anxiety symptoms. Under-arousal is seen when people might be able to sleep, but they also tell you that I didn't have a good night's sleep. I kept waking up, or I had some disturbing, I don't know what happened, but I don't feel fresh. Now, that's a sign that some parts of their brain are under-aroused. You might tend to think that they're over-aroused and they can't fall asleep, but they could fall asleep, but it was not restorative. The fact that it was not restorative, it means that parts of the brain which actually need to be much more active during sleep were not able to regulate their frequency. And then there is unstable arousal, which means that here the brain is not able to regulate itself at all. Either it gets stuck somewhere and does not get dislodged from there, which is what neurofeedback technologies like Lens is actually doing. It's gently nudging it to dislodge from there. Or things like migraine. The reason that migraine works so beautifully with neurofeedback is because there is no other way of psychotherapy that works with unstable arousal this beautifully. So that's why we get so good results with migraine with neurofeedback. Next slide, please. So this is just a sense of, how you can get too little or too much of different waves when you look at it on the EEG. So when you see very little delta activity happening on the EEG, it gives you a sign that probably people have had poor sleep. If there's too much of delta activity noticed when people are awake, obviously it's a sign that they're sluggish, because delta is for deep sleep. So if you're getting a lot of delta action when people are supposed to be awake, it means that parts of their brain are kind of, wanting to close down. Yeah. Theta, very little, can mean that people are robotic. So they are not really in touch with their emotions. So they're not integrated. Cognition and emotion is not integrated. So too little of theta is an indication of that. When we see too much of theta, that indicates people are checked out, zoned out, dissociated, dreamy, daydreaming. So those are the states where we see more of theta activation. Alpha, if there's too little alpha, which is, if we did EEG on you now, we'll probably see very little alpha. That's because you're exhausted with so much of learning. And if there is too much of alpha, that indicates that there's anxiety and there's hypervigilance as well. My trainer in neurofeedback taught me that alpha is like if you drive a car, you'll know, alpha is like the clutch of the brain. So alpha is something that helps your brain to move from one state to another. So if your clutch is wrong, you won't be able to move your gear, right? So that's what happens when there's very little alpha, your brain also gets stuck in that state. It can't move to other states as well. So which means that then you'll not be able to perform other tasks because your brain cannot regulate itself as per the requirement. SMR, if it's too little, it means that a lot of scattering is happening. If there's too much, it means that there's hypoactivation. There's a lot of depressogenic affect there. If there's too little beta, it means that the brain is really tired and really unmotivated. Yeah. And if there's too much, then that's what we refer to as the monkey brain. There's too much of chatter going on. Yeah. Okay. Next slide. So the arousal model, therefore, is able to tell us how we can actually classify where our client is at simply by observing these symptoms, asking questions, doing a clinical history. This assessment is also important, and in the absence of a QEEG, this is a good enough way to start to get an understanding or conceptualize what kind of neurofeedback is required. So we learned about over-arousal, under-arousal, unstable, and disordered. I won't take too much of your time, maybe just 5 more minutes. Over-arousal, as we said, this is often seen in anxiety conditions, sleep onset disorder, like we said, busy brain, can't fall asleep, anger, aggression, agitation, impatience, hyperactivity, muscle tension, pain, headaches, etc. Under-arousal will be reflected in depression, low motivation, attentional issues, poor concentration, fogginess, daydreaming, sleep maintenance. Now, you might be thinking that how can under-arousal mean so many different things? I'm going to remind you of the fact that we are not looking at under-arousal in one particular area only. Under-arousal at different regions will translate to any or more of these symptoms. Okay. Next slide. Next. Okay, I moved ahead. Stay there. So unstable arousal is something that we see in true BPAD, where we see that there is low change tolerance, low frustration tolerance. And here we see that the brain is not able to remain in the state that it needs to stay in. So there'll be fluctuations, or it'll sort of, not be able to be there, get out. Have you ever had a client when they come in and you say that, okay, let's just take a moment and close your eyes and let's do 2 minutes of mindfulness? Have you ever had a client who will close their eyes and then they'll open and say, not happening? Ever had? I see a lot of heads nodding. So that's one way of looking at unstable arousal. It cannot stay in that. Even it dips into that state, but it jumps out of it very soon. So it's unstable. So we see this in migraine headaches. We see this in PMS symptoms, emotional dysregulation, which is a pan-syndromic symptom. We see it in sleep problems where people wake up frequently, because for people to have a full night's good sleep, different areas of the brain need to coordinate together so that certain areas which need to stay silent can actually stay silent. That does not happen. And unstable arousal can also be seen in relational ruptures, where people will have short-term relationships. You will have clients who will come in to say, I had this great friend, I just love this friend. I just love going out with them. And, we have a great time together. Next week, oh my God, don't even talk to me about that friend. I just hate them. I never want to see their face again. So this is an example of unstable arousal. So these are the same symptoms which you have been hearing, but we're just saying you can conceptualize it with this lens. And that's the starting point of getting trained in neurofeedback. Next slide. Now, this is the most difficult one, disordered arousal. This is not unstable, this is disordered. Now, disordered arousal, at the core of disordered arousal is what we see in disorganized attachment. That there is a difficulty to make a decision whether they want to engage or disengage. So typically, babies with disorganized arousal, their hands will sort of either be this way. There's a Harvard study that actually looks at how babies actually put out their hands to be picked up. So in secure attachment, babies will, sort of take out their hands like that. This is the seeking behavior that the adult should pick them up and soothe them. So that's the thing. But when babies are avoidant, they do not pick up their hands at all. And when babies have unstable arousal, it will reflect like that. They'll not be sure. But in disorganized arousal, the hand will be halfway through. and it's stuck there. It doesn't move from there. So the decision to engage or not engage, that is a difficult one for the brain to make. Now, this is often seen in developmental problems, in ASD, and developmental disabilities, developmental trauma, and all of these that have been listed on this slide here gives you a sense of that all these diagnoses that have been written here have a sense of disorganized attachment, have deep developmental trauma, and which means that here the brain has gotten into this difficulty to be able to make that decision. Should I engage? Should I not engage? And it's stuck in that indecisiveness. It's not able to move beyond that. Yeah. Next slide. So these are certain rules of thumb that we follow in neurofeedback. I think we're going to talk more about it tomorrow. You'll have case examples when we tell you about more about neurofeedback tomorrow in different clinical conditions, that when we reinforce a frequency, the faster the frequency band, the higher the arousal. And the lower the frequency band, the lower the arousal. So which means, and the notations here, C3, A1, these are all, notations that we taught you earlier, the 10-10-10-20 system. So these are just some rules of thumb that are followed in different protocols to increase arousal or to decrease arousal. Yeah. Next slide. So tomorrow we are going to tell you about the proper way to get trained in neurofeedback. I think we have all gotten a sense that this is a great introduction to neurofeedback, but this is not enough. And this is certainly not enough to practice this clinically. So there's a requirement to be trained thoroughly in it. And we will tell you about this tomorrow. We'll probably also have a BCIA trainer speak to you very briefly online or via a recorded interaction. So BCI is the Biofeedback Certification International Alliance, which is the global gold standard for biofeedback training, certification, recertification, and it maintains, and all throughout the world, BCIA professionals are actually the certified professionals who can do different kinds of biofeedback, which includes EEG biofeedback, which is neurofeedback. So tomorrow we are going to tell you about this, that unless you have proper training, and of course, in our country, you need to be a clinical psychologist to be able to actually work with these clinical conditions and be trained in neurofeedback. So this isn't easy. What you're learning today, I think we have to give it to them to sit through right from the morning and learning something that is so not only intriguing, but also very difficult. It's not easy. And this translation, which I attempted to give you in the last 1 hour, is not easy at all, because you are unlearning years of learning via psychiatric terminology, and here we are asking you to reframe that with a different language altogether. This is going to take time. So take your time, read, go through some of the materials that will probably be circulated, go through, maybe if you have taken pictures, go through the slides again. The more you repeat it, you're making new neural circuits for neurofeedback. So that needs to happen to be able to go ahead. Yeah. So I'm going to stop here and check if there are any questions, curiosities around the topic. And of course, we'll be here tomorrow as well for you to sleep over it and see if you have any questions. But immediately, if there are any curiosities, please feel free to ask. Have I completed on time? That was my fear. Huh? 6 minutes to 1 hour. Yes. 6 minutes remaining to 1 hour. Any curiosities, questions? Yes. I might not be able to hear you unless you scream or you take the mic. Yes, it is. Right.
Maps seen in patients like dissociative identity disorders specifically, and how do we manage, how does neurofeedback help in that?
Yeah, so you are talking about the heat maps. Are you talking about the QEEG maps in DD?
Yes.
I think tomorrow we'll talk a little bit about that. How does it look like and how do we decide on the protocol? But just like I showed you on one of these maps, for dissociative disorders, if you look at the EEG wave and if you look at the QEEG map, you get a sense of how there are these sudden drops in arousal level without any associated drops in the surrounding, but without any associated stimulation in the environment.
So, yeah, in dissociative identity disorder specifically, are there any specific arousal levels like in the brain, like
Yes, there are signature maps.
like
There are signature
contradictory arousal levels?
Yes. So there are signature heat maps for dissociative disorders. Dissociative disorders, nowadays, when you look at the way dissociative disorders are conceptualized, it's not a single entity. It's more like a continuum. So the more severe the dissociation, the more you see that kind of heat maps. And of course, in DID, it can look very different as well. So DID can be like the extreme form of pathological dissociation or severe dissociation we're talking about. With moderate to severe degrees of dissociation as well, we do see very clearly seen on the QEEG map. We'll talk a little bit about it tomorrow, I think. Mhm.
Come blue
Uh-huh.
with the therapy. Is it so?
Not necessarily. It's so basically, like I said, that there is no good or bad arousal level. So we are not aiming at therapy to, kind of to make certain areas green or blue. We are saying that if a certain area is overactive that should not be overactive, then maybe that should return to a green or maybe slightly blue. And if an area that is blue but should not be blue, maybe that should get overactive. So the task is important. What is the frequency that needs actually to be trained? So that's the guiding question here.
Can heat map be used for a follow-up monitor
Yes, yes.
how the patient is improving?
Absolutely. So sometimes QEG can be done on a continuous basis as neurofeedback is being given. So you see real time how the heat map is changing during the course of a 1 hour session. Or sometimes what we do is at the beginning of the session, we assess for it. And then again, the next session, like I said, that we do a fresh assessment. So you would want to assess the state. It won't stay the same, no? So even if you were training them 48 hours later, their state would have changed. So you want the most recent heat map to be able to make those decisions. And if we have sophisticated infrastructure, we can take continuous heat maps as we are training the brain as well.
Just one more question. For getting the gains of the therapy sustainable, how frequent the therapy should be?
I think Dr. Jamuna was talking about that at least 48 hours is something that we look at because too much of neurofeedback. So the idea is that look at it this way, your brain is flexing or developing a new muscle, right? So when your body develops a new muscle, you cannot exercise it frequently all the time. You're also going to damage that muscle. So you need some time to let that muscle to also, kind of rejuvenate, relax, contract. So those 48 hours are more like state during which the muscle is relaxing so that it can perform again. So that's what is important, which is why gap between sessions is important.
Okay, I'm sorry, I have one more question.
Sure.
The brain changes which are taking place because of the therapy. Is it at the dendritic level, synaptic dendritic level, the changes which are taking place? It's a biological change which is taking place, no? Neuronal change, networking, etc.
Yes. So the change is happening at the electrical signaling level, which is at the dendritic, the axonal level, which is why we are seeing the change in the signal. Otherwise, we wouldn't see the change in the signal. Right? So it's happening at the very electrical signaling level of how the neuron is actually transmitting the information. So that's why we are seeing the change. If that change did not happen, we would see nothing on the EEG. There would be no movement on there would be no wave at all. Thank you for the questions. You have a question? Yeah. Your hand is halfway up, so I'm wondering.
First of all, thank you for the presentation. It was really nice. And I was curious to know about specifically how is neurofeedback helpful in terms of changing ideations, specifically talking about at the thought level and something like passive suicidal ideations. And how do you think neurofeedback can help there?
So one thing that I've learned, what little, I have learned so far and ma'am, of course, will tell you a lot tomorrow about it. But please sit down. Something that I've learned while working with trauma and while working with neurofeedback is that I am no one to decide what the client will think of whatever is productive for them is something that needs to come up from them. And that's exactly what neurofeedback does. It allows the client to break that fear barrier so that the brain can decide what's good for itself. Now, obviously, because the brain is programmed to survive and help the individual to survive, suicide will not be the brain's decision in a healthy brain. If the brain is able to decide for survival, it will not make a decision towards suicide or self-harm. So we are only, like I said right at the beginning, we are only empowering the brain to make decisions by breaking that fear barrier. The rest of it, we just follow what the client tells us to do.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Thank you so much.
Any other curiosities, questions? I can see the population thinning out, so I know that, yeah.
The brain learns to regulate itself. The brain learns to regulate itself. How often does this happen that the brain also learns to dysregulate again? I'm talking about recurrence of disorders or patterns that once it has learned to regulate, something leads to dysregulation again. How often does that happen? And
Very
how
often.
does that happen?
Very often. That's a very good question. Think of it this way, that the brain is here. This is the level of arousal. And then something happens. So the environment changes. There's dysregulation. Yeah. Now you do neurofeedback, the brain sort of reorganizes. So it's now able to regulate at this level of stress. Now the stress levels go up. So now again dysregulation. You do neurofeedback, the brain learns to regulate at this level. So the idea is not to come back here. The idea is to constantly be able to be agile and respond to the stress. That is the quality of the brain that we are training. We are not training the brain to come back here. If it comes back here, it won't survive that quality of stress.
Okay.
Right? So we are only helping the brain to learn and adapt.
We are helping the brain to learn to regulate itself.
Correct.
Whenever there is
Absolutely. Spot on.
regulation.
Spot on. We are actually unlocking the brain's power to constantly regulate itself, to not stop at anything, which is why we say there is no limit.
Thank you.
Fantastic question. Thank you. Okay, seems like we're complete for today. So we'll stop here and we will see you tomorrow. I hope that none of you will go back home over aroused and you will get a good night's sleep and you will be aroused enough for tomorrow's session on time. So we'll see you at the appropriate arousal level. Thank you. Go down from here.
Thank you, ma'am, for that deeply arousing session. So as we draw the curtains on the first day of this intellectually stimulating workshop, we look forward to welcoming you tomorrow as we deepen exploration and move further into the more nuanced realities of neurofeedback. I am your MC, signing off for today, and thank you for being a patient audience. Good night, everyone.